to really pick from each of your expert insights. All of you come from different vantage points. Some of you have expertise working with regulators on the regulatory technology end of things. Some of you have worked on enabling financial inclusion. Some of you bring a strong consumer protection perspective. And some of you, of course, have done in-depth research in the Indian context and in the ASEAN context on how digitalization is really playing out on the ground and what is really the kind of digital divide that's happening, the kind of challenges to financial inclusion that is happening. And so we're really trying to pick up from each of your expert vantage points and the work that you've done to look at four specific areas. One is, of course, we start with the opportunities and try to find out what's new about the opportunities that AI brings to advance financial inclusion in this region. Then we zoom in a little into the possible challenges, and some of them are already emerging on the ground, but some of the challenges maybe could be
My
exacerbations.
apologies. We're from the. This is Edmund from the Secretariat, and just wondering. Sorry for interrupting. Is
Hi, and
Welcome to APR IGF 2024. All sessions are being recorded and transcribed for APR IGF records and will be made publicly available. All participants are reminded to follow the code of the conduct.
absolutely. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the panel on making AI responsible for financial inclusion. We're all very excited to be here. I'm Shyam Krishnakumar, co-founder of the Pranava Institute, a New Delhi-based think tank which works at the intersection of emerging technology, public policy, and society. And one of the key areas that we work on is trust and safety online. And as a part of that work, some of our work on deceptive design has intersected with financial inclusion and potential financial harms that could be caused by deception. And in that's the context in which we really got to engage with a lot of the panelists here. And we're very excited to have a conversation on how do we make AI responsible for financial inclusion. I think that topic is a bit of a challenging topic in that sense that AI is a very, very large topic. Financial inclusion is, of course, a topic which has been extremely large, and many people here working on it have been working on it for decades in that sense. And making AI responsible is its own context, and APAC is a region with over 60 countries. But recognizing that what we're really trying to do here is to bring in different expert vantage points from some of our panelists. We have with us people who worked in regulatory technologies, people who worked on enabling financial inclusion across the world, people who fought for the rights of consumers and looked at how digitalization really can enable consumer protection and trust. And we've had people who worked very deeply in the Malaysian context and looking at how digitalization plays out, how do we really get past digital divides, and how do we ensure public services reach everyone. A very quick introduction of how we're thinking about it. We've seen that internet access has been inseparable from financial inclusion over the last decade because access to the internet has enabled financial inclusion across large parts of the APAC, enabling people who are unbanked to be banked because there is access to the internet. We've seen this play out in India, but we've also seen this play out in multiple other parts of the region. But however, there are still challenges with access to financial services varying widely across countries, populations, and vulnerabilities. We have challenges of gender, literacy, forms of marginalization which still have not been completely handled across the region. Rates of digitalization vary widely across the region as well. Rates of financial inclusion vary widely. We're very excited about the potential of AI to deepen financial inclusion in the APAC region. There is this sort of very tempting possibility of personalized microfinance and microcredit at scale, credit access to underserved populations, underserved businesses, and possibilities of overcoming access barriers of language literacy and possibly even gender. There is also regulatory promise for AI solutions on the regulatory end in fraud detection and enabling financial regulation at scale. But amidst all of this hype and enthusiasm, there are also substantial challenges that come in with the possibility of AI-powered financial solutions, both at the regulatory end, but also in the solution end of things. These range from digital exclusion to bias to data protection and consumer harms. In many cases, the finances, data, and trust on the internet for vulnerable populations are at stake when we really look at AI deployments. So some questions that the region is grappling with, and which I hope to pick the minds of our expert panelists here, are how do we really ensure AI deployments in financial ecosystems are inclusive, safe, accessible, and privacy preserving? And how do we empower regulators across the world to use AI in ways that advance the goals of financial inclusion, especially in such a region which has so many diverse and different needs? How do we ensure a balance between regulation and innovation while looking at AI for financial inclusion? And what kind of governance principles and safeguards can enable responsible deployment of AI systems for financial inclusion? I know that's a very large mandate, but we are sort of trying to get insights about what could be potential approaches at this early stage of using AI for advancing financial inclusion. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. And I request the panelists to introduce themselves. Shelley, can we kick off with you?
Of course. Good morning, everyone. I'm Shelley Anderson. I'm Programme Director at the Alliance for Innovative Regulation. We're a not-for-profit that works closely with central banks and regulators across the globe to help them embrace and accelerate innovation and technology to enable a fair and inclusive market for consumers. Prior to joining the Alliance for Innovative Regulation, I was at the Financial Conduct Authority in the UK for 16 years, where I worked on consumer policy, education, and in the latter years on RegTech, SubTech, and innovation programs. Thank you.
Eduardo, can we have you next?
Sure, thank you, and it's a pleasure being here. My name is Eduardo Totolo. I'm the Vice President of Research at the Center for Financial Inclusion. We are an applied research think tank housed at Axion, which is a broader nonprofit working in the financial inclusion space, which has existed for over 6 decades. We're based in Washington, D.C., but we do have offices also in India and in Colombia, and we're global in scope. As background to myself, before joining the Center for Financial Inclusion, I worked with the World Bank Group for a number of years, assisting regulators primarily, and also I've worked with the venture capital team to identify new opportunities within the embedded finance sector. Yes, a great pleasure being here. This is a great panel, lots to discuss. So yeah, I'll pass it back to you.
Absolutely. Chandni, can we have you next?
Oh, thank you. And it's a pleasure to be here, and so many wonderful panelists. I can't wait to hear from them. So I'm Chandni Gupta. I'm the Deputy CEO and Digital Policy Director at the Consumer Policy Research Centre. It's a not-for-profit think tank looking specifically at consumer policy issues. We're one of a kind in Australia and one of the few in the world. We look at both emerging issues and systemic issues from a lens of consumers and what that impact means for them. Data and digital issues have been a huge part of our research for many years. Previously to being at CPRC, I've worked at the Australian regulator, Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, and have also worked at the OECD, specifically in their consumer policy space. And prior to that, I've been also a tech nerd, so I have reformed all the way onto the other side. But looking forward to this discussion today. Thank you.
Pleasure to have you here, Chandni. Rachel, if you could introduce yourself.
Oh, hi. Hi, everyone. I'm Rachel Gong. I'm a Deputy Director at the Khazanah Research Institute. We are a not-for-profit policy research institute that's based in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Our work is really rooted in economic policy, labor policy, social protections, and we also do some work on urban and regional development. And now our mandate has expanded to other issues that are concerning, such as food security, climate change, and digital transformation and digital policy. So at the KRI, I lead the work on digital policy, and we cover a range of issues that go from the digital divide to the platform economy to data governance and now AI, of course. So very happy to be here, and thank you to the organizers.
Excited to have you here as well, Rachel. Monami, if you could introduce yourself.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Monami Dasgupta. I am the head of research at D91 Labs, which is based in a fintech company called Setu in Bangalore, in India. We work a lot at the intersection of fintech and financial inclusion, and one of our main goals is to unearth some of the stories from the ground to understand how the impact of financial inclusion reaches different cohorts and segments of this country. Prior to this, I have been in the financial inclusion space for around 10 years now and in the research space for pretty long. Really happy to be here and looking forward to hear from everybody else.
Great to have you here as well. And thank you so much, everyone, for taking the time out. I know this is odd times for many of you in many parts of the world. For Shelly, it's midnight, and Eduardo, it's late night. And thank you. And I think for Monami, it's very early morning. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming here. And let's kick it off. I think I want to start off with the exciting opportunity out there. I mean, there's quite a bit of buzz around the possibility of AI solutions to advance and to some extent de-risk financial inclusion across this diverse region. And we're quite excited in seeing some of the early examples. Personally, I've seen in India, but also across different parts of the APAC as well. So I'd like to start with the first question to you, Eduardo. You work to advance financial inclusion across different geographies, both from the regulatory point of view, but also from enabling adoption. How do you see opportunities for leveraging AI to advance and de-risk financial inclusion?
Thank you. It's a great question. Not an easy one to address, but let me give it a try. So I think that it's important to say right at the get-go that all stakeholders in the financial sector right now are thinking in one way or another about how to use AI, how to improve their operations, their efficiency by using AI. So this is not a conversation that is new. That's something that has been there for a number of years. Now, clearly, though, the pace and the interest and the focus on this has accelerated exponentially in the last few years. Well, how we see it, we see fintechs, of course, using, and banks as well, using AI for credit scoring, risk management. We see AI being used for customer onboarding, so adopting new technologies linked to generative AI as well to assist customers who need support in the onboarding process to make that more seamless. We see fraud detection, of course, that has been developing for a number of years, and many other use cases. We also see, thinking about the different stakeholders in this space, governments, of course, they're taking very varied approaches to governing AI. Some are developing AI-specific regulations. We see that as an approach, not the most common. Globally, we see the majority of governments actually taking more of a wait-and-see approach, issuing non-binding guidelines and principles. Now, to me, I think as thinking about this panel and the questions that you'd like to address, I think it's important for us to think about also what are we not seeing? What are the areas where there's a tremendous opportunity for innovations, but that have yet to materialize? And actually, as we think about that, I think that the space of responsible AI is really where the innovation is most needed and where innovation is going the slowest. We've been in many conversations in the last few years with tech companies, with fintechs, with banks that have an intention and do have the capacity to adopt responsible AI practices, and very often the idea of doing the right thing, quote unquote, is really there. It's really an important motivation. But also we see that many are really in the dark about how to go about it. We see that there's an increasing pressure that is coming internally about what can they do to adopt these responsible AI practices. We've been discussing with engineering teams who tell us that internally they have their own legal departments asking them, what are you doing to make sure that that you're addressing bias, discrimination risks within the AI that is being deployed? And that's something where really best practices have yet to emerge. I think there's a lot of trials and errors. There are approaches that are emerging, but where really best practices, good practices have really to emerge, and where more research, more knowledge sharing, more thought leadership is really needed right now. Also, to conclude, another area where we see a lot of needs, opportunities for innovation that we're not seeing is within the investor communities. We see investors, in particular, when we think about impact investors or like ESG type of investors, we see that they do have an intention, a need to deploy responsible AI practices, but rarely really know what to do. Ultimately, investors are not data scientists. They do not know what needs to be done to detect risks for AI bias, discrimination, and what to do about it. In fact, at CFI last year, we conducted some research where we reviewed over 100 different toolkits, guidelines, documents that were addressing responsible AI. And we saw that only a handful were really focused on investors. And yet they're such an important part of the ecosystem that determines a lot of the incentives then in the private sector to adopt these practices. And we see that there's very little guidance, very little knowledge on best practices that can be adopted. So I think that that's an area that is particularly important. To me, I think obviously there's a lot of interest on what the opportunities are. We're all excited about it. And we can talk about it, I think, for hours. But to me, I think right now we're at the space where we really need to think about where are we lagging behind? And I think when we put the consumers at the center and we think about what the downsides risks are and what are the best practices to address those, I think that's a space where we really need to collectively think about a lot more and where there are more opportunities.
No, absolutely. And thank you so much for starting off with the big picture where you're bringing in the different stakeholders, but also the challenges in operationalizing what we call responsible AI and how do we really bring the investor community in. And I think that's a good segue to ask Shelly my next question, which Shelly, you work very closely with regulators on advancing RegTech solutions. We've seen the investor and the consumer point of view, but how do you really see the regulatory advantages? What regulatory opportunities do you see? I know regulators have been thinking about AI solutions or some form of AI solutions for some time, but what's new at this moment and what do you really see as the opportunities?
Yeah, thank you. I think there's two ways to look at it. I think one is how governments and regulators are looking at how they regulate and encourage and manage AI solutions. But also the other part of it is how they're actually using AI themselves and how AI tools can actually help them do their job better. So on the regulation of AI, I think there's been a crucial shift in the regulatory landscape in terms of AI. I think there's a lot more conversation about it, which is the first part. People are acknowledging that, as a regulator, they're going to need to be able to keep up and understand this technology. And in order to understand this technology, they need to get closer to the technology. So I think something that's been very, very heartening in recent times is the kind of public-private sector collaboration. We've seen lots of working groups where regulators are bringing in the experts, bringing in academics and financial services and fintech startups themselves to come around to the table and kind of work together to be able to find a way to regulate this market in a way that doesn't stifle innovation. AI offers us so many opportunities. So, over-regulation or confusing regulation will obviously stifle what the creatives and the innovators are able to do. So I think that's really important, is that we continue to have the conversation about this in a very public environment and bring those voices to the table. And as I say, I think the other opportunity for regulators and central banks is using AI themselves. So something that we've been doing at AIR is talking to regulators about the opportunities that are out there. So, showcasing things like SupTech and RegTech tools that are using AI, how they're using it. I mean, it's going to be huge opportunities in the space of fraud, as Eduardo mentioned. Fraud detection, risk detection, risk management. And I think, the more regulators understand how they can use AI for good, the more they'll understand how others are using it. So I think you've seen things, in the APAC region, regulators are opening up regulatory sandboxes. I think, these are tools where regulators can get very up close and personal to the solutions that are being built and really see how they're being tested, see how they would work in a live environment. So I think using tools like that are very important. Last year, we ran a hackathon with the Cambridge Subtech Labs around chatbots. And in particular, not just the chatbots themselves, which obviously use AI, but actually the data that sits behind those chatbots. So how can regulators use the data that they're collecting by using these AI tools, by using data, like advanced data analytics, to be able to really understand the challenges in the market. So I think more and more as regulators and central banks can understand their consumers, can understand the challenges, can understand access challenges, the more that they can start, bringing people into the financial system.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for bringing in the second part of what you brought in, and I think that's really exciting in the sense that how are regulators really seeing the opportunities of AI in terms of their regulatory work, in terms of fraud detection, and some of those more traditional use cases, but also some newer ways in which they're using it. Shelly, are there any jurisdictions in APAC that you think are promising that you would want us to keep an eye out on how regulators are using this, or anywhere across the world, really?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen some really exciting, MAS are always world leading in this space in terms of being able to bring things to the forefront. But I think also in Australia, there's a huge amount of activity. They are very active in working with the private sector and their sandbox. I think globally, maybe I'm a little bit biased, but I think the Financial Conduct Authority in the UK is also very world leading in this space. They are constantly thinking about how they understand the challenges. I think when I was there, we was one of the first to really lean into that public-private collaboration, and I think they're still doing that really well. They've got a digital sandbox that's opened up to allow AI solutions to be tested. And I think one of the things that I really liked about the FCA's approach was getting, the academic involved very early. So they worked with people like the Turing Institute at a very early stage. I think over 3 years ago, the project started where they was looking at AI ethics, for example. So I think, getting ahead of those challenges is really important. But I think I've seen a lot of regulators making early moves on this, and I think that's very heartening.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And personally, at the Pranav Institute, we've been following the FCA with a lot of interest as well. Monami, over to you. We've seen a lot of exciting developments in Bangalore, and we personally are very excited to every time we visit to see the kind of things that are buzzing in that city in terms of both fintech innovation, but also in terms of using AI on top of India's digital public infrastructure, which is again something that is being deployed in many other developing regions across the APAC as well. But open to your thoughts. How do you see the exciting possibilities of AI for advancing financial inclusion?
Right. Thank you, Sham. Definitely, Bangalore is at the center when we have to think of newer applications of AI for various financial products, services, and thinking of how we can use it to serve the extremely huge population that we have, right? And it works really well when it comes to servicing the masses at one go. I will try to focus on a few use cases, and that makes it even more interesting to see what are the possibilities that AI can do. So 2 or 3 use cases that come to my mind when we are looking at financial inclusion for the underserved category in India. So for the first one, if you think of tier 2, 3, or 4 cities in India where the development is slightly lower than the other metropolitan cities like Mumbai and Bangalore, we see that the access and uptake of a specific product like an auto insurance is not prevalent. The reason I'm focusing on a niche product is because we have a pretty high growth of two-wheelers. So it's a big mass of population that we are looking at. However, we don't have the penetration of the auto insurance product in the country to that extent. Now, we also see that there's an extremely good growth and rise of software-centric applications like smartphones, the internet, the electric vehicles, or what we call as EV. And literally the auto insurance sector can tap into this data to offer better products. For instance, now insurers can apply AI in multiple ways, right? They can conduct personalized risk assessment based on individual driving behavior. They can predict accidents by analyzing real-time data and also probably send alerts, timely alerts. They can also automate the entire claim processing part of it within minutes instead of the days it takes as of today. And over and above this, it can also detect frauds, right? So all of these applications can offer a nice customized product where they can also kind of create fair premiums based on the income levels of different population segments. And this will in overall increase the accessibility. Another application that comes to my mind, and just slightly on a like a broader application level, is personalized financial advisory. Unfortunately, in India, the advisory tool or the advisory mechanism is not accessible to all segments of the population. There's a lot of access of advice to the high net worth individual, but when it comes to the middle income or the lower income, it significantly starts reducing, right? So what can AI do in this? AI can leverage the entire machine learning algorithms by comprehending an individual's financial goals, risk tolerance, and market trends. Obviously, there is a huge requirement that to train the data, you need access to proprietary data, and that is an industry level conversation that we need to have, where the data is anonymized and provided to data learning units, and they can over and above beyond that use that data to offer better products. But at the end goal, if we end up offering tailored investment strategies, individuals with extremely varying level of literacy can make informed decisions and potentially even increase their wealth over time. And if you think about it at the intersection of providing products and also think of all the UI UX parts of things, right? Like AI, but in your regional language and in a very, very simplified manner on your phone and at your fingertips, right? So that is a power that we are looking at in kind of breaking down very complex issues, but using it to improve the financial well-being of even the last mile person in India who's looking to do something about their investments or portfolios over time. So I just wanted to kind of throw some light on some of these examples to kind of see what kind of applications are possible with AI in India. We are doing a lot of work, but we are still at a very nascent stage as it is across the country right now.
Super exciting, and I would definitely like to find out who's working on AI-based advisory and see where that's really going. But in the interest of time, I'll have to shift to the next part of the conversation. Although the opportunities are exciting, we'll have to look at some of the challenges. And I think Eduardo flagged that right up when he started saying that there are questions of responsibility that we are looking at, and these have not been necessarily resolved. So there are also complex challenges from including data protection, consumer safety, bias, deception, and manipulation that can amplify existing vulnerabilities as well. It's sort of in many cases, if you're looking at end user applications, some of these can be amplified by AI solutions as well, not necessarily only solved. Chandni, you've done extensive work on consumer protection in the Australian context. What challenges from a consumer protection vantage point do you anticipate? And I know this is very early days, so we're just drawing upon your experience in consumer protection to sort of see where what this looks like and where it could go.
Thanks, Shyam. And you're absolutely right. Like, while the use of AI is becoming quite prevalent, it is very much lacking in consumer protection frameworks for consumers to really feel confident and safe within its use. And Shelley rightly pointed out there's actually a lot of activity happening in the regulatory space in Australia, but from a consumer protection space, we still see a lot of gaps. There are three aspects that I'll touch on that are very much lacking here in Australia. There's a lack of transparency, there's a lack of laws, and there's a lack of redress. And together, when you combine all of that, it can create an environment where AI tools can be implemented that make predictions that leave people worse off, and a data that's aggregated to exclude or even expose people's vulnerabilities for commercial gain. And there's no real clear protections in that space at the moment. When it comes to transparency, there are no obligations at the moment for businesses to openly inform that AI is being used in a decision-making process. So transparency is not only the answer to this, but it does provide that precondition to consumer protection, as it can help regulators and researchers, consumer advocates, and the general public really understand how AI is being applied. And then there's the lack of whole of economy-wide laws. So our privacy protections are currently being reviewed, but in their current state as they stand, they date back to the 1980s. So they predate the current digital economy, they predate internet being introduced in Australia itself. So they were designed for an analog world, which just doesn't exist anymore. And so as a result, our research has shown that there's that grave mismatch between how businesses are actually operating and what consumers expect. It is data that's fueling AI as it is, but we have a situation where close to 60% of Australians have little to no confidence in online-enabled businesses to keep their data safe. And 90% of Australians expect businesses to protect people's information from being used in ways that leaves them worse off. Yet there are such few obligations that deliver that expectation. Other laws that we are yet to see here in Australia that a lot of other countries take for granted. And Shelley, when I look at UK laws, I'm like, I wish we were there, because we don't have laws against unfair business practices. We don't have laws on general safety provision that ensures that products and services are deployed in a way through a lens of safety by design, instead of waiting for harms to occur before responding. And then finally, there's a lack of redress. So what our research has shown is that close to half of Australians actually don't know where to seek help if they believe that their personal information is being used in a way that's causing them harm. Other sectors, such as energy and telecommunications, they're not perfect here in Australia, but they do have a clearer path to remediation. But in terms of dispute resolution in a digital context, there really is no clear pathway for people to access when they need help or support. So basically these three elements, lack of transparency, lack of laws, lack of redress, means that consumers are left unprotected to have their vulnerabilities exploited. We have a situation where we disproportionately place on individuals the burden of their own safety online. And often we hear from industry that guardrails can get in the way of innovation, but clear guardrails will actually channel us towards innovation that's fair, safe, and inclusive.
No, absolutely. I think you sort of outlined so many concerns that I shared from the Indian context, and I suspect from the larger region as well. And one of the key things that I think is the challenge is that we don't really have the kind of consumer protection frameworks, but also data protection, redressal, and transparency frameworks in many parts of the region. And thank you so much for bringing that perspective in. I want to turn to you, Rachel. How do you read it from your extensive work in Malaysia, but also in the ASEAN context? What are some challenges that you're seeing from digitalization and AI?
Yeah, thanks, Sham. I mean, I don't know if the audience could have seen, but I was nodding along to everything that Chani was saying with respect to, the lack of laws from a consumer perspective. And it's a very sort of similar situation with lack of laws and regulations on the kinds of data used. And what kind of data go into training AI models and accountability and transparency around those decisions that the AI is making. So just drawing on some Malaysian data from the World Bank's Global Financial Inclusion Database, what we can see is that overall, it seems that financial account ownership is relatively high. So if AI systems, we're going to use the existing database to kind of use that for its predictive decision making. I think Shelley and had alluded a little bit to this on what regulators could use, what kind of data the regulators could use. We see that there's 88% of Malaysians with accounts at either financial institutions or mobile money service providers. But within specific demographic groups, we see that there continue to be gaps. So on the bright side, we see that actually the financial gap, financial inclusion gap between genders has actually narrowed to being about 1 percentage point between genders, but there remains a 10 percentage point gap between the lowest 40% and the richest 60%. So there's still a systematic difference in the kind of data that AI would be using there. There's limited detail on where the gaps are for age and by urban-rural divide, but the data we have from Malaysia suggests that there's a significant urban-rural divide. So this lower take-up of financial digital services, I mean, whether it's attributable to a lack of public awareness, Chani was just saying about the perception of trust from financial institutions and the government to be able to protect data, or whether it's the complexity of digital apps and tools and the way they try to come on board and try to use these kinds of financial tools. Whatever it is, it does mean that a non-random segment of the community continues to be excluded from the data that's going into AI training. So as we start to look towards, algorithms in financial services, really putting in the regulations for data protections, for data access, and having some kind of audit or, registration mechanism to kind of monitor those kinds of data and make sure that decisions are accountable, I think is going to be a huge step in making sure that AI solutions can be deployed more effectively and more efficiently.
No, absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I think the fact that we are looking at a non-random exclusion is actually a concern that is being shared in different parts of the world, especially in what kind of data is available for training and how does that really perpetuate and exacerbate exclusions. And I think you again alluded to the lack of regulatory frameworks from data protection on to look at how do we really ensure that vulnerable users are not really marginalized. I think we're slightly running short of time, so I'll combine the third and the fourth portions in and ask key lessons from the ground and quick remarks on the way forward. We'll put them both together. Could start with you, Shelly. We know that AI does a lot of work on the ground. What lessons do you like to share with us on what regulators should do based on previous tech deployments, but also the concerns that have come in? How do you think they should think about it in the APAC region?
Thank you. Well, I think that, the points that have been brought up and the challenges that are facing us in AI says it all, really. I think, regulatory frameworks at the moment are confusing. I think quite often, data protection, consumer protection, advances in innovation all end up just being a jumble of different regulations and policies that make it hard for people to navigate. So, frameworks that allow innovation but also allow protection or support protection is crucial. And again, I'll reflect back on my UK knowledge of the consumer duty regulations that have been brought in, where it puts the onus on the firms to ensure that they're treating customers fairly and they're producing products that are designed with the consumer's best interests at heart. Now, by giving those guidelines, instead of trying to put too many rules and regulations around this, it still allows for innovation. It still allows for fintechs and microfinances to use these tools to advance AI solutions, and I think address some of these problems that we've been talking about. I also think that other, really good examples of what I've seen, and I've spoken a little bit about this, is, how people work together. So I think, going forward, it is so important that there's a collaboration. There's people obviously on this call that are bringing in the consumer angle, and it's absolutely vital that regulators and governments bring that consumer voice to the table. Back in my FCA days, one of the things that we created was the regulatory hackathon, the tech sprint, and the idea around that tech sprint was really to bring voices that were not invited to tables to join and make sure that as we're developing policy frameworks and technology, that those voices are heard. And bringing that consumer voice either through organisations or through consumers directly is going to be of huge importance as we develop frameworks and policies to support and build AI.
No, absolutely. And thank you so much for sharing that. I think a safety by design approach really enables so much. And I think there is definitely a need for a conversation with multiple stakeholders, including consumer protection voices out there. And that's exactly where I'd like to bring in Eduardo. From your work on the ground, you worked on financial inclusion in multiple different contexts, both in your previous role, but even in your current role at the Center for Financial Inclusion. What do you think are things that we can learn from lessons on the ground, and where do you think we can take this forward?
Yeah, thank you. And by the way, I think great points from the other panelists. I've learned a lot. So thank you for all these inputs. I think when it comes to lessons learned, I think in the context of artificial intelligence, we need to be aware that we're really having separate conversations. It's not a single conversation that we're having, rather there's a combination of different conversations. The research that we've done, and that's how we structure our thinking when we engage with different stakeholders in different countries, is essentially that we have to divide the conversation in three main components. On the one hand, as Rachel was mentioning earlier in the context of Malaysia, we have the whole issue around data inputs, right? We need to think about algorithmic governance, not only from the perspective of the algorithms themselves, but also what feeds into those algorithms. And really that's where bias very often happens, because we see that some segments of the population, segments of the economy do not have the data trails that adequately addresses their need, their capacity to adopt financial services, and the opportunity that financial service providers have to actually address and provide them new products and new innovations. So I think that the whole area around how do we make sure that data trails are produced, that they are shared in a fair, open way, is a very important part of the conversation that we are going to have. Obviously, right now we're all talking about open banking, open finance, as a way, a system of data exchange in which a consumer allows a financial institution to share the data with another financial institution because maybe that other financial institution has a better offer for them. But the reality is that within open banking, only people who have financial data to share can really benefit from it. Those people who are either excluded or underserved from the financial sector will not have data to share. And therefore, we need to think about beyond open banking, beyond open finance, and think about like really an open data economy where data trails are produced, are digitized, and can be shared with the consent of consumers so that they can benefit from the services that are available. So the data trails, data inputs is incredibly important. The second pillar of algorithmic governance is around the algorithms themselves. And as I was mentioning earlier, we need to find better ways to involve the private sector and investors in building the capacity to detect risks for bias, for fairness risk, discrimination risks, and learn what to do about it. So there needs to be a capacity building exercise that I think we all need to be involved in. A third very important component is about business processes. Very often we see that in teams within financial institutions that are more diverse, where they have more women, they have more of a capacity to detect this type of risks. And therefore, we need to think about what are the processes internally to financial institutions, to fintechs, that will allow for this awareness to be raised and for mechanisms to be deployed so that fairness and discrimination are addressed within this context. These are the three main points. Of course, there's a lot more, but let me stop at that. I know I'm aware of the clock ticking.
I think that's very important that you sort of disaggregated that conversation, which becomes this sort of one singular major conversation. And I would like to maybe take 30 seconds to pick your mind on the algorithmic discrimination part. How do you really think that that can be operationalized? Because that's a key concern. And if you have any thoughts on how that can be done, that'll be super helpful.
Yes, a good question. I think that there are systems that have been built right now. Some of our research, we try to understand what are the risks for gender bias within AI. And what we see is that essentially because many women, for example, small traders, entrepreneurs, are producing limited data about their financial activities and their enterprises, operational activities, then financial institutions tend to serve them less. We need to deploy systems that are able to detect these different ways to conduct business, these different data trails, and build different ways to then develop financial services around those data sets. So there are different mechanisms in place that are being used, and data scientists are being really coming up with new models to detect this type of biases that happen within the data and build the capacity to really address them. This is something that really is being developed. So there's a lot of conversations right now about what the most innovative approaches are. I think that one of those that are particularly promising is around essentially credit scoring algorithms that include a gender component, so that we see and we are better able to detect the capacity to repay, the willingness to repay, really understand better the data trails from women entrepreneurs in a way that we're currently not able. I think that's a very important, very promising area. There are, of course, a lot more.
Very, very interesting. And I think that's a perfect segue to the question I wanted to ask Rachel. You did mention about data trails, and you've spoken about digitalization in Malaysia. And would you like to respond to the concerns that Eduardo was raised in saying that what are lessons from the ground that we can learn from Malaysia's digitalization experience, and how we could avoid some of these challenges that have been raised in this panel?
Sure, thanks, Shyam. Yeah, again, I absolutely want to echo everything Eduardo was saying. And, there's I'll take just 10 seconds to do a little bit of self-promotion, because we have a colleague and I have a paper that just came out today on algorithmic management and some suggestions for how to learn algorithms. So I'll just point you to the Khazanah Research Institute website for the paper. But what I would say about lessons from Malaysia is really what we've seen, at least anecdotally, in the kind of research that we do when talking to local firms, especially micro, small, and medium enterprises, which make up, over 95% of Malaysia's firms' space, is that there's usually a little bit of reluctance to take up digital finances in the first place. One, of course, it costs money to install and deploy. There's a little concern over surveillance and government tracking and, taxes and all that sort of thing. But also there's some history, right? There's some local context of previous attempts by the government to introduce different types of systems that haven't necessarily gone that well. So I think the lesson that we take from there is that we really need to look at building public trust, building take up and motivation to take up these services as a key component of getting adoption up. And that will help also get to some of that, inclusionary data aspects, right? If we can get more people to come on board for even basic services. So that's the next point, building public trust via better public education, public awareness. Sometimes we'll go out there and we'll talk to firms and say, hey, did you know that, there are all other alternatives to get a credit history? There are other ways to analyze your cash flow and things like that. And these small firms are telling us, no, we don't know. We don't even know that there are government initiatives and government programs for us. So I think really, as a matter of policy, government's taking that on to do what seems like basic communication, but, really educating small firms on these opportunities can go a long way. And bringing them in, not necessarily to the high-end sort of financial services for loans and investments and really, more advanced things, but even basic things like, hey, this is how you manage your digital payments. This is how you build up, your audit trail of cash flow and transactions and things like that can go into a future system. I think that could go a long way as well.
I think that's a fantastic point when you say that there's a virtuous cycle between enabling digitalization and trust, and that creating the kind of representative data that we are actually lacking in improving some of these models. But this is where I'd like to bring in Monami, because something along these lines has happened in the Indian context. You have something like the Unified Payments Interface penetrating large percentage of the population, but you also have a data exchange mechanisms with the Data Empowerment and Protection Architecture. How do you really see lessons from the ground, Monami, on some of the concerns that Rachel and Eduardo have raised? And do you see that some of the DPIs that India has rolled out has promised, but also are there limitations to this DPI story that we're really not looking at when we're seeing financial inclusion contexts? But over to you.
Thank you, Shyam. And sorry, it's been a glitch at my laptop. wanted to reboot just in the middle of the conversation.
No problem.
Yeah, so nevertheless, basically, so what's happening in India is we've made stellar progress when it comes to two things, right? Fintech, which is, as Sham just mentioned, there's a lot of digital public infrastructure that's being built and being implemented at scale. One of the biggest, I think, contributions to APAC and generally to the globe has been India Stack, where we have the India Stack is basically 4 components. It has identity, it's paperless, it's payments, and there's data. There's a lot going on in terms of how do we prove that somebody is the person they're saying, the authenticity of the person. Then it comes down to better payments, better data, and basically tying in all this information together to create a robust backbone for no matter what product you're trying to launch in the market. Now, when we think of AI, we'll have to think of this layer existing and AI coming on top of these all these innovations that have already been a part of the India's DPI journey. The second part that we've made good progress with is inclusion, financial inclusion, right? When we look at the Findex data and similar kind of data sets, we've made good progress with bank account ownership, some little progress with penetration of better products in terms of credit, in terms of saving insurance. Of course, we've not done, still have a long way to go, but we still made considerable progress if we compare to, let's say, a 2010, kind of standpoint and compared to today, right? When it comes to AI and what it can do for the underserved category and where do we want to stand, I think it's very important, as everybody mentioned, and it should have certain principles. Number one, it needs to be customer centric. Instead of developing the AI tools, channelizing all the data sets and training on data and then thinking about customer centricity, it needs to be the first point of conversation when we are trying to build. So that's where I think the entire conversation around responsible AI comes in, right? Secondly, when you try to make something customer centric, it should be unbiased, it should be fair, it should definitely be non-discriminatory because it has access to a lot of identifiable data or device data. Unfortunately, in a country like India, where inequality is so steep and stark, it is very easy for anybody to kind of go to the dark side of using AI for the benefit of certain few cohorts of the population. And to avoid that, we need those guardrails in place so that we know that no misuse of AI is being done to serve the masses at large. And overall, I think once more people are willing to kind of give access to their data, we'll have better understanding of what is the set purpose for which we can use this. And this can definitely end up being a game changer when it comes to, fulfilling people's goals based on their habits and based on their behavior. So I think these are the factors that we need to keep in mind when we're thinking of AI and India and what it can do for the underserved category overall. At the end, I was just want to kind of, leave with the thought that we need to make it accessible. We also need to make it affordable. Along with that, we also need to make it consent-based because that should be the bedrock of any AI innovation. And definitely at the end of the day, for ease of use, it should have a very high quality of explainability, right? So these are some of the factors I think we need to think when we are thinking from a large perspective of deploying AI for a country like India.
Love that mix of optimism and the challenges that you're flagging in Monami. But Chandni, to you for final remarks, what are your thoughts from digitalizations that we've looked at, but also some of the concerns that people are saying? We see you as the consumer voice in this panel, but even generally at the Pranava Institute. So what should we keep in mind from a consumer perspective? Closing thoughts from you.
A lot of the issues and thoughts that have already been raised by the panelists, but I'll echo a couple of them a little bit more. Ideally, we need clear guardrails. So specifically on what AI can and can't be used for, and more importantly, a built-in duty of care or best interest duty on businesses to do right by consumers. We actually used the model that FCA has on their consumer duty to actually explore with experts here on what that would look like within a data and privacy space. And there are so many benefits. We currently, in our privacy review are actually the government is looking at a fair and reasonable obligation. And while that would be a huge step up from where we are now, it still leaves a slight gap. But a duty of care really puts consumers at the center of that thinking of when you are deploying AI or you are deploying your business models overall, what does that actually mean for people? We also really need to see more resourcing within our regulators so that they have that wider scope and a very diverse toolkit of powers that they can access to hold businesses accountable. At the moment, regulators often have to wait for long drawn out court cases and that takes time, and in that meantime harms continue to occur. So ideally you need a broader range of tools that a regulator can easily access, and we need clear pathways for support when things go wrong. Consumers should really feel confident that there's support available because there is clear dispute resolution framework that's designed very much with people in mind. When that happens, you'll have consumer trust and consumer confidence raise accordingly. And I'll end with just saying that if we want AI systems to be an integral and effective contributor to our society, we need a framework that ensures people are placed at the center of its development, and that development, instead of seeing them as collateral damage for profit or power. But I'll leave it there.
No, absolutely. And thank you for the concluding remarks, Chandni. I think the duty of care is definitely something that is shared, and putting humans at the center of how we really do financial inclusion with AI is, again, something that I think many panelists did echo on. I think we have a little bit of time left. Edmund, can we open the floor to questions? And if there's anybody who wants to ask a specific panelist a question, we can open it up.
Sure. If there are any questions or comments from the room, please come to the mic.
Hi, Francis Acero, Philippines. Have we seen any benefits from actors who do what's right in the first place? Have they been able to move forward in the market as opposed to more unethical actors? Right. Thank you.
Would you like to address it to a particular panelist?
That's, I guess, Eduardo and the rest of the panel, I guess.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. I think that generally it's a misconception to think about the fact that unfair practices are good for business, right? They may be good in the short term. They may have some very temporary benefits, but in the long term, they're not. So the question to me is, like, what time frame are we talking about? Maybe in the short term, you may have some benefits, but really not in the long term. To me, the question right now is really what are how can we see responsible responsibility and the different facets, really, as mentioned earlier, we're having different conversations. How can that be seen as a business model differentiator rather than a mere compliance with regulation? Some of the work that we've done, for example, under a theme that we call privacy by design, essentially, we're trying to see how can privacy be seen as a way to attract consumers, to have the trust of consumers to sign up for your services and continue using them because you trust them, because you trust those services, rather than being merely an issue of compliance with regulation. Very often see privacy being discussed within the legal department. So say, okay, that's the regulation, we must comply with that, which of course is absolutely necessary. But there's beyond that is an asset, is something that is valuable, a value proposition that can really help businesses attract consumers and retain consumers over the long term. So it's very important to me to kind of switch the conversation around and think, yes, that is definitely something that if we take our time horizon in the longer term, if you think about customer trust retention, then definitely these practices are successful in the long term. If you think, even in the financial sector, but even in the among digital platforms. Some of the search engines that are gaining traction the most are those that are able to convince customers that they actually are careful about data privacy. And that's, I think, a consistent line of value proposition, which will expand in many different directions.
Are there any more questions that you'd like to ask the moderators? If there's somebody online who wants to ask a question.
Shyam, if you don't mind, may I add to the
please go
question
ahead,
that was asked? Eduardo said it so beautifully, and we often say this, that unfair business practices don't actually lead to good business at all. I wanted to just draw on research we've only released this week that is parallel but in the digital space, and show how that much is linked in terms of consumer trust. We've done research on specifically on subscription traps and what that impact is on consumers, and what we found was that 90% of Australians would happily re-engage with a business if it was simple and easy to unsubscribe from a subscription process that they offered. So if we put that context into anything, whether someone is having an AI model deployed on them or data is being used in a particular way, when consumers have the confidence that a business is actually implementing processes with them in mind, it's not just good business ethics, it actually is just good business. And I think businesses need to start to understand that trapping or exploiting people is actually not going to be a long-term good business model for you in any shape or sense. But I just thought I'd add that, given that this has been so it's such a hot topic this week, and it just links so clearly to how important it is that we respect what consumers choose and what they actually would like to see when they are in that digital space.
No, absolutely, Shandini, and I think we were very excited to dive into that piece of research, and because it validates so many things that we want to speak in the Indian context as well at the Pranava Institute. A minute to go, so I think it's time to wind down. But I think thank you so much for everyone for for our panelists to come in, Eduardo, Shelley, Rachel, Shandini, Monami. We really appreciate the insights that we've come in. We've barely scratched the surface of the questions that I would like to pick from each of your expertise, but I think this merely reinforces the need for deeper multi-stakeholder conversations where we bring different vantage points together to really think about what is a way to responsibly chart AI course for financial inclusion. Thank you so much, everyone, for bringing in the kind of insights that you brought in, and for waking up at the times that you did to stay on and do this panel. We really appreciate it. And thank you, everyone who joined us virtually and who joined us in person. Appreciate it, and thank you.
This session has now concluded. The next session in this room will commence in 5 minutes.
Andrew, if you are able to hear me and if you're online, can we just check your audio and video, please? So good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you who are on site as well as online. Thank you for joining us in this session. This session is titled Internet Infrastructure Resilience During Disaster Event, Case Studies for the 0403 Taiwan Earthquake and Others. I'm Joyce Chen. I'm the moderator for this session together with my colleague Jing Heng.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jing Heng from T. Dominic, and very happy to be the moderator here.
Thanks very much, Jing Heng. And I neglected to say I'm Joyce Chen and I'm from APNIC. So very nice to see all of you. We still have some people who are just settling down in this room. So we'll go a bit slower today because we did have a slightly late start. I wanted to kick off this session by talking about why we had this inspiration for this session. I think the fact that the local host being in Taiwan for the APRIGF and the fact that there are many disaster events that do happen is something that really should be discussed, I think, at the APRIGF. And one of the key events that happened was on 3rd of April when Taiwan experienced its most powerful earthquake since 1999. And during this earthquake, at least 18 people were reported dead, more than 1,100 injured. And I also understand from my colleagues in Taiwan that there were a series of major aftershocks after this earthquake. So about 1,500 aftershocks, both major and minor, that happened following this major earthquake. Now, the 2023 Asia-Pacific Disaster Report by UNESCAP states that in 2022, so only 2 years ago, over 140 disasters struck the Asia-Pacific region, leading to over 7,500 deaths, affecting over 64 million people, and causing economic damage estimated at $75 billion US. So I think this topic on disaster resilience and how the impact on the internet infrastructure is really timely and topical for our region at the APRIGF. But our session today is not just looking at disaster events themselves. We're not just talking about disaster events, but really we're going to look at the impact on the internet when they do occur. This session, I would like to think, because it was inspired by the events that happened, is also a way for us to remember the lives that were lost during the recent disasters, and to also appreciate the efforts of the heroes and the heroines who brought life back to normalcy for all of us. For those of us who want to go through our daily lives, go back online, these are the heroes and the heroines that we really should thank and be appreciative of. I'm going to pass the time now to Jing Heng to introduce our fabulous speakers today.
Thanks, Joyce, and thanks everyone to attend this panel. And we have three very wonderful panelists here. And the first one is the Crystal Pu. She is the Vice President of New Business Development NIT Trust Company. And he was also the Deputy CEO of Telecom Technology Center. And she was also worked in the National Communication Commission. And she has a diverse experience in private telecom company and the government units in telecommunication supervisions and non-profit organization related to the telecom technology. And the second panelist is the Fu Renxue, and she is the managing supervisor of ISAC Taipei chapter. ISAC Taipei member and the webinar engineer. His expertise is on the internet communication technology, the internet key resource management, and the digital gap. And the third panelist is the Andrew, and she is the senior internet governance officer and the Vanuatu telecommunication, radio communications, and the broadcasting regulator. She also had almost 20 years of experience in the ICT and the telecom industry, such as Digicel, Vanuatu, and the SDA mission and the telecom Vanuatu. And we are very glad to welcome the first speaker, Chin Crystal Pu, to give me the speech.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Crystal, and in Mandarin, my name is Bo Qingling, so he calls me Qingling as well. You can call me Crystal and Qingling as well, whatever you like. It's okay. And it's my pleasure to be here to share my experience and my opinion about the resilience, during the disaster event. First of all, I would like to say a little bit about myself. I have been working with the telecom and internet industry for over 30 years. Yes, 30 years. And it's very, I think it's a very interesting thing to be in the telecom industry, and you can learn a lot from your colleagues, and you can learn a lot from friends. And we also know that if there's no telecom communication, no communication technology here, then we are not able to talk to our friends, and we cannot to share our ideas. We cannot communicate with people far away, just far away from us. We can just talk to Fu Ren just nearby me, and I can talk to Jing Heng just nearby, but I cannot call my parents. I cannot call my friends overseas somewhere. So that's very interesting, I think. And my working experience is from telecom, also like in the telecom, and I've been working from the telco in Taiwan, and I have been working with PC on Skype for 9 years here in Taiwan. And I work in NCC, the regulator, for almost 3 years. And currently, I'm now in the private sector, the Pinterest, that's a providing short-call message company. So I can, most likely that is all in the telecom, the internet. So that's why I can share some ideas about from the different point of view to share how things goes. Okay, that's start my presentation. Right. I don't see. Okay, let's get, okay, just get some background. Okay, they will start here. It's okay, it's okay. Background. It's okay. Okay. We all know that people in Taiwan experience multiple earthquakes year-round because we are at the location we are. We are in the ring of the fire and between two plants. And whenever the tectonics happens, we have earthquake all the time, earthquake. And I go back to the 1999, that's 25 years ago, that was the biggest earthquake here in Taiwan. And that gets a lot of damage. That just shows some pictures of you. That's in the middle of Taiwan. And I still remember that when after the earthquake, there's a little continuous earthquake. And whenever it happened, my nephews, they were in the kindergarten and at the elementary school. Whenever they cried a lot because they were so scared. The earthquake would happen in the midnight, so things falling down all the time. And Fu Ren is too young to remember that. So, but it's damaging. Then you can see some numbers that I show you that a lot of people died, a lot of houses got damaged, and the communications were totally dead for 4 hours at that time, and because of the power outage and the transmission was out, and also that the injection of the telecom traffic. There was about 150 mobile stations went down, and I couldn't remember how long did we take to get things repaired. And this picture shows that just a few months ago, that's the 0403 Hualien earthquake. That was the biggest one just right after 9/21 earthquake. And we still had a lot of damage. You see the roads are down and the house fall down. What's that? We were lucky enough that happened in the morning, not in the midnight. So there's not much damage as what we have in the 9/21 earthquake. Okay, and we can share some. Then the earthquake happened on the same. Then we have about 200 mobile stations were shut down, and the damage occurred. And we just with 60 of the mobile stations were repaired on the same day, and totally 100% repaired within 5 days. And that's very amazing, actually, I think. Why we can do that? Because the government has been working now very hard with the telecoms to enhance the network resilience for disaster event. We have the disaster event space station that was co-worked with the government and the telecom operators with a subsidiary, and we have off-road Hiroko mobile station. And that this too was back to now about 8 or 9 years ago, and we started to do that when I was in NCC, so I can remember a lot about this. And within these 2 years, NCC and the MODA, they have done even more We have the MOCN network. We have a LEO satellite to support more. And this picture shows what we have you can see the base station over there. That's kind of strong. And we have the Hiroko and mobile station, and we have the LEO satellite base station like this. And after that, we can the department start to provide the PWS self-broadcasting service from 2016, and this makes the government can send the alert message to the public within just seconds. And till now we can receive a lot of the earthquake alert from the government. Very quick because we have a lot of earthquake. But when we receive the alert, what should I do? And I can remember when the first time I got the message, the alert message from the government. And then what's on my mind is, what should I do? Should I run or should I stay? What should I do? The message just tell me that the earthquake is coming, but nothing else at that time. And after about a few years later, and then we got the improvement. He says that it doesn't tell me that I should come down and take cover nearby. And then what? And then what else? What should I do? If the damage happened, how could I get the information from the government, the relief government? No clue in the message at all. Till now, it's still like this. In the peace period, just like today, people can get the information from the website or use the app. But how many people have downloaded the app in the app in the mobile? I don't think that people would do that, even nothing. And you can go to the website to see the information, but how many people remember the URL at all? So I'm thinking that if there any easier way to get the information, is interactive short message the way. And this is just the demo that if I can just send a keyword to a certain number, and then I can get the information about the information nearby me, just like shelter addresses, then that would be helpful, I think. Especially in the critical time, I don't need to download the app first and then to ship and to find where the information I need. I just send the keyword and I get the necessary information. And the last thing that I want to say, there's damage or disaster all the time. There's cause damage all the time. But resilience is not about no damage occurred at all, but it's how quickly we can get things back, cover, and go back to our normal life. And that's my share today. Thank you.
Thanks, Chin-Lin. And we welcome the next speaker, Fu Ren, and have give me the speech.
Hello everyone. I'm just happy to see you in this session. And the slide, please. Okay. While many discussions about this network resilience focus on government or corporation perspective today. So I will devote into a personal experience from the 2016 to explore how individual can contribute to resolving the network resilience. Okay, I was directly involved in the event. I'm about to describe and media outlet have the since cover this initiative. And I want to introduce this event is about the disaster background. Let's begin in the context. This incident took place in 2016. As you can see from the typhoon's path, it made a landfall in the eastern Taiwan, moving from east to west. I believe those familiar with the Asia Pacific region will acquainted with the typhoon pattern. So I will keep my description brief. And the typhoon registered at 17 on the V-form wind force scale, the highest possible rating. Wind speed reached staggering 57.2 meters per second. Breaking down is a breaking Taiwanese meteorological record set in 1901. So naturally, this disaster resulted in a widespread power outage and disruption of many base stations. You can see the number on my slide. So this slide showcases the devastation caused by the typhoon, primarily in eastern Taiwan. Extensive infrastructure damage and instability are evident. While the local governments undoubtedly have the disaster relief plan, yes, they have a plan, but the organizing team should take time, typically around 2 weeks, 1 to 2 weeks in the real world scenarios. So this means individual must endure 1 to 2 weeks before government or organizational support can take effort. So during this 1 and 2 weeks period, individuals face 3 main challenges. Okay, the first information about the disaster is often opaque due to the ongoing power and network restoration effort. The absence of the internet and electricity exacerbates inconvenience and fear and accepted. And second, communication channels are distributed. Emergency hotline become overwhelmed by the surging in calls. Handling response effort, it's important to note that many young people from the effort area work elsewhere, and they will be calling home to check on their families. So they always take the emergency hotline, continue. So the further strength on the emergency communication system. So the third, the transportation is severely distributed. Navigation system cannot provide a real-time update on the road closure, leading to traffic congestion and increasing risk on the already hazardous road, because we are not responsible very fast and in the real time. You know, if a disaster happen, you cannot get the information very quickly, but this is important to the individual. Okay, so when discussion urban or network resilience, we often adopt the top-down perspective. But however, my aim is encourage a bottom-up approach where individual leverage technology to address the challenge outlined in the previous slide. So as illustrated on the right-hand pyramid, individuals have a low level of the disaster relief expertise compared to the more specialized organizations. However, individual possess greater flexible and numbers. So therefore, rapidly organization, a community and estimation reporting system is crucial as we need to buy time for government and the organizational response. And this community must have the systematic, simple, and fast reporting mechanism, and most importantly, it needs to expand and spread. Okay. So, At that time, I adopted the Google My Maps and the simple form to enable more people in the effort area to report the road conditions, obstacles, missing persons, and temporary water or electricity source. This is important the information for individual before the organization or the government start their plan. This were proactive measure taken by individuals before government organizations. So what I said, were fully mobilized. And this highlight the important community involvement by making impossible areas on the map. We could prevent the people from entering the dangerous zone and saving the time and reducing the risks. So it's very important. And additionally, those with internet access could share their Wi-Fi without the password. So because we know a lot of back session maybe the signal may be lost, but some Wi-Fi maybe we can use, but they have a password. I mean the Wi-Fi use at home. So I promote the people they take out the password just for the disaster moment. And without the password to ensure continue connective, allowing others to plan their movements. And the others, hotels and the home offering free water and accommodation could also be marked on the map. So for individuals working in other areas who were searching for their loved one, and local residents could check on the situation and report back. So they don't continue, they will not to continue call the emergency call and continue. Okay. And in conclusions, the resilience of the network recovery does not solve rely on cooperation or government. Our individual actions can contribute significantly to minimize the impact of the disaster. By effectively utilizing online tools, we can enhance the resilience. Okay, because this is about 8 years ago, and after the years ago, we have the multi tools can use online, and when the system and the infrastructure have improved in the 9 years since this event. Okay, that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Furan. Share many when a disaster happened, have there some co-editor disaster map for us, and we welcome the first speaker is Andrew. He from the Vanuatu, and he is online. And Andrew, it's your time. Could we share the screen of the online screen? Andrew will give the speech. Okay, yeah, Andrew.
Thank you, Jake.
Okay.
And thank you, everyone. I believe my presentation is with the Secretary to put up. So thank you so much for the time to be part of this discussion. If I can have the presentation up.
Andrew, could you share your slide on the screen, and we can.
Okay, sure. I'll share that.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on, sorry. Thank you. I believe the two other speakers were speaking on mostly on the disasters that have taken place recently, especially the earthquakes. For this presentation, I'm putting up just sort of a summary of reports, and the reports were done by DFAT Australia in 2021 and the Department of Strategic Policy and Planning and Aid Coordination of Vanuatu in 2023. So a few slides came from those two reports. So if I can just that. So first of all, it's this is just a basic country profile, risk profile that was done by the Australian government for a number of countries in 2021. So this is a bit of Vanuatu's profile. We have the land area, the number of volcanoes, and the population and percentages there in the first slide. We have 14 active volcanoes that they contribute a lot to the number of earthquakes that we have. So that is a sort of a brief statistics. The other one is the next slide is the population back in 2020 is almost 300,000. Now we have already surpassed 300,000, and the GDP. Other information are there that we had 4 years ago. So the list of hazards that we have, Vanuatu is prone to earthquakes, volcano, landslides, fires, coastal flooding. Cyclone is like it's common, very common. Water scarcity might not be so much. We had little tsunami recorded in the last 20 years, but there is some tsunami there. And there has been a lot of costs involved during these disasters. And each year we expect a disaster to strike. So it is a very high risk country for these disasters. It is the country with the highest, worldwide, ranked first, according to this report, due to the high exposure of extreme disasters. So it is common. It's common. Disaster is common. One major cyclone that we had in this report, as you can see, is from TC Palm in 2015. It's a Category 5 cyclone. Very destructive, and it had, a total cost of $449 million US. That was, spent because of this disaster. In terms of telecommunications during this cyclone, I was just sharing a bit of a personal experience here. I was with Digicel at the time when this disaster struck, and telecommunication was cut for the whole country for at least a week. Some places it took longer, but for Port Vila, I think it took the main two centers. It took a week to restore the communication, because We have power issues here. You know, whenever there's a cyclone, power is also something that, you know, they go out as well. So that also affects the communications in those times. And I remember that at the time we had to, or even on the main island, the DTCL staff have to work. We have to work 24/7 because we have to. We were running generators on all the towers on the island, so we have to reveal these towers 24/7 to make sure that the communication is up. When it's up after a week, we had to do that for at least a month or two because we had to wait for the restoration of power to be completed. So that was the experience. It was a destructive cyclone at the time. This happened again a few years later in, I think there was a cyclone in the half of the country. Same thing happened, but this time it's because it did affect the whole country. So we were able to restore communications 1 week, almost a week to the whole country at the time. We do have a cluster, a emergency telecom cluster under the National Disaster Management Office, but we do not really have a sort of a policy in place for emergency telecommunications at this stage. But this group is only activated when there is a disaster, and they will be part of the working group that is on the emergency under the NDMO. So yeah, this was the other cyclone in 2020 that I mentioned earlier, and it costs a bit more than Palm. So I want to finish by just sharing the experience of the last two disasters. So last year in March, we had two cyclones, 2 days apart, category 4 cyclone, Judy and Kevin, and that was really destructive, and it destroyed a lot of the nation's infrastructures as well. Same thing happened. We had the telecommunication went out for a week or so, and also we had the power outage. Even in the city, the power went out for about a week for some, but months, 1 or 2 months for the rest of the Port Vila, which is it was difficult for the population here in Port Vila, not to mention those on the outskirts of the town. This is a bit of the data from NDMO. So about 197,000 people were affected by these two cyclones, which is approximately 66% of the total population. So these assessments help to inform the humanitarian response. And the budgeted amount for this response alone was 6.5 billion baht, or $6 million for these two cyclones, according to this report. I want to finish by saying that Vanuatu although is a beautiful country, we are a disaster-prone nation, but we do have a lot of visitors, a lot of businesses operating here because of the resilience that the people of Vanuatu have become over the years because of the continual disasters that are happening in this country. So I just want to finish with this slide. Although beautiful, it is a disaster-prone nation, but that doesn't stop anyone from visiting us. Before I finish, I forgot just to acknowledge my Pacific People who are joining us also from Samoa, the Samoa IT Association, thank you for joining. I believe they also have similar situations in their country and across the Pacific. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And I have a series of questions to ask the speakers. But I'd also like to tell the audience that if you yourself have a response to some of these questions, please also feel free to step to the mics on the ground, or if you are online, please raise your hand. You can also tell us your experience based on the questions that I have. So Andrew, perhaps we can go to you first, because you finished your presentation talking about the impact, right, to the people who are on the ground and also to businesses. So my question is, when the recent disasters or crisis happened, what was the impact, if you could elaborate a little bit more, to internet end users as well as to businesses? Especially, you mentioned that some of the times when disaster happened, power was out, you had the internet down for a week or even a month, and that seems to be quite extreme, I would say, to have to go offline for so long. So could you elaborate a little bit more on that? And then I will pass the time on to the other speakers as well to answer this question. Andrew?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Joyce. Yes, we have these situations regularly whenever there's a huge cyclone passing, and it's become normal. But the good side of that is because we do also have, I want to mention, from the government perspective, we run the universal access policy, and we had this program where we have VSATs installed in remote areas. And one of the things that we have seen in these disasters is that we had advised those who have these systems installed in their locations to, a procedure on where you can save that equipment and put it back after the disaster. And that's what they exactly did in the last two cyclones. We observed that they took down the VSAT, to store it away in a safe place, and then when the cyclone and the disaster has passed, they bring it up again and they restore the communication. And that was very useful. And actually, we got updates from the remote islands after the last two cyclones from these internet connections that we have through the satellite. So this was something that I just wanted to highlight here, because that's how resilience is supported and it can happen if we have this infrastructure in place.
Thanks very much, Andrew. And I'll ask the same question to Fu Ren. What was the impact to internet end users and businesses, etc., in Taiwan? And then we will then ask Crystal to also answer.
Okay, thank you. As my slide mentioned, the most inconvenient things for end users, and I mean individual, is reporting the security issue. And loss of the contact is the most direct impact in the disaster. For the resident in remote area, I mean, like in Taiwan, like the Eastern Taiwan or the South Taiwan, most of the information about the road safety and the railway safety can be checked through the mobile phones, because if you go to the Eastern Taiwan, you only have the one railway and maybe two roads to go. So if you have much more about road information, you make everyone drive in the road, but the road stop. So it make the traffic jam. It's more dangerous for the individual. So losing the internet will cause a greater panic or problems for us. This situation will require additional time for infrastructure recovery or disaster relief operation. So based on the bottom-up approach and doing by myself, we can earn more time to for government, and the recovery plan will be very fast. Okay.
Since we here in Taiwan, we experience a lot of disaster year round. We have typhoon, we have earthquake, we have flu all the time. And I think the government, or even the people are getting used to it. Sometimes it's not, if the disaster is not in your city, you don't, actually people don't feel nothing, really, because everything is normal, except the disaster area. But we watch TV and we check news from our mobile, and we know the situation right there. So, but I think that we have to thank to the Thai Power company and the telecoms. They do their best to get things back as soon as possible. I still remember when I was young in elementary school, whenever it's a big rain, heavy rain, the electricity, the power off, and I have to use a candle to finish my homework. But now it's not happening at all. I'm not sure is that in Taitung, that's his hometown. But in Taipei or in the other cities, it's not the situation. We don't feel like that at all. But it doesn't mean that we can forget how terrible, how dangerous that would be. And so when it's a typhoon, if the wind speed is too strong and we got off, the government will say, oh, it's off, and you don't go out. And if things happen, then the government will send assistance to your hometown or something to help. Even the military has to support, so we can get things back as soon as possible. Yeah.
Thank you very much for those remarks, and I'm very struck. So I'm from Singapore, and there are no disasters that happen in Singapore, and what I'm very struck by is the sense of, yes, these things do happen. They are very horrific, but it is also a sense of a business as usual. Life still goes on, and we have gotten a lot better at this. I'm hearing as well. We have quite a few speakers from the floor. I'm so happy to see that there's a willingness to share about your experiences. We will go to perhaps Rosemary first. I think you were first in the queue, so please go ahead, introduce yourself, and yes.
Thank you, Joyce. Rosemary Sinclair from .au in Australia, and a particular hello to Andrew in Vanuatu. I really wanted to support Fu Ren's comments about the importance of engaging the community and the bottom-up process. I have just finished a review of a disaster in one of the states in Australia, in Victoria, where extremely bad storms took out power from 530,000 households, but also caused 1,100 mobile phone towers to be off the network, which meant that people's access to internet and communications was not there. What that meant was a very significantly traumatized community, as you described, Fu Ren, because people were trying to get information, they were trying to give information, they are trying to figure out, do I stay here with my family? Do I go to my mother in another city? How long is this going to go on? So the trauma was really much more complicated by the lack of access to communications and the internet. So what we found in our review, which is what I wanted to share, is the criticality of cross-sector planning and exercising. So power, communications, including the internet and transport. We also have been talking about the idea of community hubs, They have very friendly names in Australia like EMMA, which stands for the Emergency Management Assistance Van, and it provides power, access to a tower, and hot water for a shower. And that then enables the community to just settle, which then enables the infrastructure people to carry on with their work of planning and responding. So that experience is very, very similar. And the last point I'd like to make is the planning and intersector exercising must take account of surge capacity requirements for internet access and communications. Stressed people do exactly what Fu Ren says. They keep pressing the button, trying to make the call, trying to get the information. And so it's not usual traffic demand, it's much heightened level of demand. But I was really struck by all the experiences and just how much we have in common and how much we have to share with each other as we deal with what I think is going to be a wider range of disasters, not just weather incidents, but cyber incidents as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rosemary.
Okay, I will give a short comment to you again. And I think what I do is the fear can spread very fast, but we can use this fear. So we can use this network tool to spread what I say. So you can stop the fear when the disaster happens. And stop the fear can be made fast for a recovery plan. Okay.
Thank you very much, Fu Ren. And please, I believe it was Izumi first?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay.
I got first. Sorry.
Please introduce
my
yourself.
My name is Izumi Aizu, and with my multiple hats, I've been heavily involved with the recovery or, assistance works after the disaster since 2011 in Japan. There's about 17 or 18,000 people were killed by tsunami, largely. Thanks, first of all, to Taiwan people, who's given a lot of support afterwards, including billions of money and a lot of real support. So we owe that. Taking the lessons from the 2011 disaster, we started some of the works right after using ICTs, largely to support the municipalities of small scales, where the national government couldn't reach or didn't do that much at all. We don't have FEMA or something like that. It's a nationally centralized emergency management agency at all. However, we decided not to blame the government. Let's do what we can. And we had assembled a called pro bono sort of ISPP, information support for pro bono platform. And then we evolved into ITDART. If you put itdart.org, it's there in 2015. For any forthcoming disaster, we should be prepared. So we have some kind of a voluntary standing body. And first operated in 2016 for Kumamoto earthquake, and worked together with the national and municipality government, as well as the private companies and the telcos, to get some Wi-Fi routers for the volunteers and stuff like that. We've been doing this for many times. This year in Noto Hanto, or Noto Peninsula ones as well. It's one of the worst since 2011 in terms of the severe damage to the communications infrastructure, which is not really restored yet. But anyway, my question comment is, do you have any, sorry, I missed the first part of this session because I was trapped by another session as a panel. Anyway, so I think we need to have some kind of standing body to prepare, because usually we do something when the serious disaster happens and we take the lessons. But that lesson immediately after the next one may not work, because the nature of disaster is very different. I was here in 1999 in Taipei. So you may know what you mean. So anyway, so to make a long story short, I think there's a more need to prepare especially the ICT became the part of parcel of everyday life, administration, education, but the preparedness is much lower than it could be. That's my comment, question. Thank you.
Would any of the speakers like to take on this question about preparedness and the level of preparedness? Andrew online as well, if you're still with us. So Crystal will go first. So let's go with Crystal and then Andrew. Okay. Let's go with Andrew first and then Crystal. Andrew, go ahead.
Sorry. I just want to say thank you. I think we must acknowledge that everyone has this experience, and I acknowledge what Rosemary said, and there's a lot that we do not have time to talk about. But I think we have learned, for us as a nation in Vanuatu, we have learned quite a lot. One of the simplest change that I have seen, because we had the Category 5 cyclone in 1987, that was the first ever, and it blew out all the roofs from the houses. And such as an example, after that cyclone, all building requirements were improved by regulation. So that is was something different, I mean, for building, but it is the same principle that applies. And as I said earlier, we used to have this damaged, even the visa that we installed around the country was damaged because people just didn't care. But when we changed the approach by, preparing, when the cyclone comes, we took down these systems to make sure they are safe and installed there after the cyclone. So there is some sort of learning that we have, and there's some sort of improvement by how we respond to disasters. Thank you.
I would like to echo his question. That I admit that preparation is much more important than to recover to the after work job. And be honestly, I admit that we do not here in Taiwan. We do not pay much attention to do the preparation. And we learned that from Japan all the time. And right after the 9/21 earthquake, the government has planned the education earthquake, the disaster happened, escape education in the elementary school, and we learned that from Japan too. And we do the exercise every year to send the alarm message to the people through the PWI service, and to aware that do the preparation is very important. And currently, I think that some of my friends, even in my family, we have a bag, but water, food, and just in case that if the damage happen, then I can carry the bag and to somewhere that the government tell me where to go. So at least that can. Even though I can stay at home, and I got fresh water, and I got food, and I can stay at home for about 1 week. Of course, instant noodle is very important. I think everyone, whenever it's a typhoon, we eat instant noodle all the time, right? And they just need hot water, and then you can, even though you don't have water, you can eat it, and you can keep alive for a while. So, yes, we should pay more attention to get things ready before it happens. Thank you to remind us this.
Thank you very much. And I think what I'm getting from this as well, the element of international cooperation and how important it is to be able to support one another when these things happen, because you have lessons that can be learned and should be learned, and then transmitting all that and sharing it across, so don't keep it to yourself. So I think that's great. The next, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. I'm Toshi Tateshi from Japan, also from Japan and Japan Aerospace Association. So I think that the situation in Japan about the network for the disaster recovery, I hope that the situation is much better than ever. But ironically, so this January we have an earthquake in Noto. So at that time, we have so many disinformation, misinformation, and fake information. So I'm not sure this question is appropriate for this session, but if you have any idea for the disinformation or fake information, something like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Toshi, for the question. That's a great question, misinformation, disinformation.
Okay, from the government side, and we have set up the 111 show code number to broadcast, to share the correct information. All the information from that will be correct, because as you said, that's a fake information, disinformation about the disaster situation. But we all need the correct information and not to be misled. And the government MODA, digital blah 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 blah. The department they have the number. Then so whenever if there's enough information on the internet or somewhere from your friends, and you have to check from the government to see if what's the correct information. And what I say that the 111 show call service is kind of short message, but it's more reliable than the internet actually. We all know that I'm not sure you know, but in the telecom service, that voice and the show message always have higher priority, and so it might be a good way. I think it might be a good way to use that, even though it's old technology, but it's still reliable. Yeah.
And we have one final speaker from the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's a wonderful panel sharing the different experiences from the earthquake and beyond. There's also like Andrew's sharing with the cyclone and everything. I think resilience is a key word all throughout this week. We heard about it from the different level of discussion. My name is Joy. I come from TWNIC. When we are at NIC, we do a lot of the domain names and IPs. So from that point of view, we have a lot of the redundancies to make sure that the internet happens and be resilient as much as possible. So I don't want to say too much about that because I think the structure is not here just in Taiwan, it's all over. But as we are becoming the digital citizens in the globe, I am looking at this issue and I'm thinking that what's your comments about, because we talk a lot about the infrastructure. When the telecom, when the sea cables say having an issue, what do we do? So I'd like to hear your comments, if time is allowed, on like Starlink, low Earth orbit satellite. Because I think that when sea cable breaks, when we are losing the infrastructure, we need some kind of alternative. What are the alternatives that we have? Because I look at ourselves and thinking that we are pretty robust as far as access internet with the domain and IP addresses, and we want to make sure that people from Taiwan be able to access anytime, anywhere, with or without the infrastructure here in Taiwan. But fundamentally, the infrastructure is really the key. So if there's any comments, I'd like to hear from you. I know the time is running short, so maybe afterwards also okay. And I think the last question is really that, do you think that our government are doing better? Because I think it's not you don't get to the final goal in one shot. There's always improvement from the different disasters, whether that's cyclone, whether that's earthquake or typhoon, happens a lot here in Taiwan as well. So are we doing better? Are there any way that we can improve this speed to be better? Because there's no way that we can stop the natural disaster, but yet that is how we respond to the incident. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joy, and thank you for sharing your experience as well at TWNIC. I'll turn to Andrew first to answer this question, the first question on LEO satellites. Andrew?
Thank you. Just quickly, thank you for raising that. Just an experience during the last cyclones that we had last year. The regulator's office here approved a emergency license for the Starlink equipment to be used, and I think we got about 20 units that the government used around the country to deliver relief and communicate with the used for communication during the restoration of power and everything else that was happening as a response. And I just wanted to let everyone know that yesterday the Prime Minister announced the license that the regulator has approved for Starlink to operate in Vanuatu the day before yesterday, and it was publicly announced by the Prime Minister here yesterday. So I think that's a very big charm for us. So it's a resilient approach in terms of internet, and I believe this is going to be have a different experience in the next cyclone. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanuatu. Thank you, Andrew, and also thank you for sharing this news with us. The announcement that Starlink license was approved yesterday by the PM. That's great news. Anything else to add on the question first on satellites? If not, then perhaps because in the interest of time, we have exceeded our time, unfortunately. We did start late, so I have taken the liberty of giving ourselves more time. But perhaps as closing, and I thank Joy for the final question, just for the speakers to give maybe a sentence or two around, can we do better? What can we do better, or what can the government do better? So I might go to Fu Ren first.
Okay. Our government need to prepare the batteries and food and radios, but we don't have any guideline to prepare a lot of how can we get the information, like the Wi-Fi access, and I will echo the audience about the Wi-Fi without the password, and this is happened 8 years ago. But I know in Japan experience and nowadays, and when the disaster happened, and the Wi-Fi, the public Wi-Fi, I mean the public Wi-Fi, and we will take out the password automatically. So I think it's a very good thing to see that happen. So in my perspective, I need to promote the government, like we have a public Wi-Fi in Taiwan too. So when the disaster happen, maybe we can use this experience in Taiwan. Okay.
For the internet access, yes, the government has done that. They have cooperated with the telcos, the mobile operators, to establish a MOC, a multi-operator core network. That means that if all the mobile users can use the internet, the mobile internet access, the access side, even though your operator's network is down. That would be helpful for people, for the public to get in touch. But however, to echo to Joe's comment that yes, the submarine cable is very, very important to Taiwan because we are island side country. But satellite is important too. But the capacity of satellite is much less than the submarine cable. So we have to understand that and to keep in mind that whenever the disaster happens and the submarine cable is not working, people should make better to stop using the internet for a while, to release the capacity to the government for the necessary to the emergency contact. And as I mentioned in my presentation that here in Taiwan we can get the mobile station or the communication back very quickly. So just wait, an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, things will get back very soon. 60% of mobile station were recovered on the same day. So just wait, be patient.
And finally, Andrew, for your final statement.
Thank you. I think we have recently given, the regulator has given a license for a second submarine cable into the country, which is a great redundancy approach. But I think our challenge here, as I said earlier, is one is in the regulatory aspect of things. One is to make sure we have a formalized approach under the NDMO, not just classes, but each cluster might have some sort of a well organized approach in some of the regulations. Also with the radio, at the moment we are still working on its regulation to make sure that they're required to broadcast across the country, because currently we do not have radio coverage to all the countries. So these are our challenges. I think it's mainly the government and the regulatory systems that need to be improved for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. And from this session, I think I learned a lot. And while we are building the stronger and resilient internet, and we may need some emerging technology to improve the internet overall. Besides how to make some preparation and collect best practice experience to face the disaster happen is also a very important issue in the internet governance. And we many thanks all today's speakers share experience and the best practice. It all could be referred by different economies. And it's the time's up, so we will close this session. Thanks all your attendance, and we could continue to this very important issue in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This session has now concluded. The next session in this room will commence in 5 minutes at 11:30.
Hello, everyone. We will begin soon. Please take your seats. I have the slides code and also the attendance form because I would need to record how many people are attending. So please scan while we wait. We will begin shortly.
This session will commence in 2 minutes. Please take your seats promptly and set your mobile phone to vibrate or silent mode to avoid any disruptions.
Again, please be reminded to scan the QR code to record your attendance form because I would need the number of attendance by gender. So please, if you can scan the attendance form, please fill up, please. Thank you. Sorry, you have to move to this side. I think I'm not sure if there are any participants online, but all participants online, please also do the same. Okay, let's begin now. Thank you for attending my workshop. My name is Siti. I'm from SINA Project, a civic tech organization based in Malaysia. We do work things like open data, open government, and also digital rights. Personally, my own role is a technologist, and I do mostly the data analysis for a project called IMAP, Internet Monitoring Action Project. And I monitor internet censorship covering 9 countries in South and Southeast Asia, and also Hong Kong. In this session, I will briefly explain these things. I will first introduce what is internet censorship and what is DNS. for those who are not familiar with these terms. And I will introduce a bit to my project, and I will show you the key findings, which we report on in the state of internet censorship in the 9 countries, the potential solutions using internet standards, and we will have a breakout session after that. So, so this definition is from OONI, Open Observatory Network Interference. Internet censorship is the intentional control of suppression of what can be accessed, published, or viewed on the internet. And for those who are not familiar with what DNS is, so DNS is like the phone book of the internet. To access the web page, there is a DNS resolver in your computer, which is by either what is determined in your device or by your network provider. And it will, when you try to access the web page, let's say in here it's www.url.com, your DNS will try to find the lookup of what is the IP address to the domain. And when that lookup is complete, you are able to access the web page through HTTPS and so on. So it's basically like a name to number lookup system of the internet. And when governments censor the internet, when the government does things like DNS tampering, they mess up with this system. They either hijack it so that you will get a different domain that you are from what you are expected, or they just don't show you the page that you want to go. So in the 9 countries, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, India, Hong Kong, and I think, there are 9 countries altogether, Myanmar also. So these are the things that has been censored so far. There are a lot more. We actually discovered about 2,000, more than 2,000 websites. But of course, in each country, it's what we covered is only a sample of what is being censored. So for example, in Malaysia, the government actually declared that there has been more than 10,000 websites censored. But what we found overall in the 9 countries, including India, only 2,000 websites are censored. So it's only the sample of what has been censored. So these are the things that have been censored. For example, TikTok is censored in India. All Chinese websites are censored in India. Grindr, because of its LGBT nature, it's censored in Malaysia. The Poppyhood, it's a game that makes fun of the Prime Minister in Thailand. It was also censored a few years ago. BBC is censored in Vietnam. VOD is an independent news in Cambodia. It was also censored together with a few other independent news websites in Cambodia last year. Facebook, as we all know, together with other social media, WhatsApp, Instagram, is also censored in Myanmar. I believe every one of you also know what is censored in your country. So these are the examples for the IMEC countries that I cover. So this is a bit of my project, Internet Monitoring Action Project that we do at SINA Project. So our objective is basically to build a movement of digital rights activists who can monitor the internet censorship events and record them as evidence so that these reports can be used as for advocacy, for strategic litigations, and so on. So these are the 9 countries that we cover. And we partner with digital rights organizations in countries. There are also times where we partner with individuals or anonymous organizations due to privacy reasons. And to collect the data, we use a tool called OONI, OONI, Open Observatory Network Interference. Some of you may have already known. It's an app. It's available on mobile and also desktop, and it collects data on what is being blocked, what websites are being blocked, what apps are being blocked, and so on. So through OONI, we collect the data, we write reports, and then we publish them so that they can be used for advocacy. And so because this session is almost on DNS tampering, we actually found that most of the, while there are many methods of censorship in the region or in the countries that we cover, DNS is actually the most common one. There are also HTTP, TLS, TCP methods that we won't cover in this session, but they are less common in this region, at least. For example, in Indonesia, they actually publish, the government is very open about, but they are about how they implement DNS tampering. They have, and sometimes when they block websites, they don't notify anyone, not even the website owner or the users. They are just sometimes suddenly not available. And they are also sometimes, sometimes even when they are already, the blocking order has been lifted, we also don't know unless we test it using UNI or other tools. So, and ISPs usually typically blocks websites based on government or court block lists. So sometimes the court issue an order to block certain websites like porn, political criticism, or gambling websites, and so on. Yeah. And it's usually up to the ISP, the network providers, to block how they block it. Sometimes they give a name of the website. They say maybe just Grindr. They didn't say www.grindr.com. So they only block grindr.com, and they don't block www.grindr.com. So things like that happen because of the inconsistency, and sometimes when the government orders orders on a holiday, the system admin might be like they don't want to bother, they don't block it on that day, but another network provider might block it. So it's also this inconsistency, and because of this lack of transparency and lack of standards, it's very hard to track of what is actually being censored, and the government is not very transparent about it either. And yeah, as mentioned, the most common method is DNS tampering. For example, in Malaysia, it's very standardized. They block it. They would order the ISPs to redirect these certain websites to this IP address, which show this block page. It used to show this web page that says that this website is not available as it violates the national law. Now it doesn't anymore. It just shows an empty website, and it goes to generic timeout error. Yeah, so another thing is like in Philippines and also Vietnam. So these are the web block pages that are shown when you try to access a censored block website. For Vietnam, they even collect your IP address so that they keep track of who you are when whoever who's trying to access a block website. And also there's also for Vietnam, there's also different types of IP address. It's different across ISPs, and also of course different across countries as well. It's not standardized. It's not standardized. Sometimes some ISPs have block pages, some ISPs don't. And so as mentioned, also the block notice was also removed for some of the IP address. They just show things like this: it can't be reached. Malaysia, Philippines, and Myanmar have these kind of events. There is also unconfirmed censorship where they redirect the DNS. So instead, just now I mentioned that the DNS is like a phone book. So whereas, for example, you wanted to go to Google, www.google.com, they redirect you to unknown addresses like 127.0.0.1 or empty NX domain error. And this happened in Cambodia and also Hong Kong. So in Cambodia, these were the websites that were blocked. The news websites that were blocked in February 2023, Cambodia Daily, VOD, RFA. And they use these kind of methods. Even though it was publicly ordered to block these websites, but the methods that they use were varied across ISPs, and mostly they use these kind of methods. We cannot confirm it because there was no block page or anything like that. They're just suddenly not available. And recently in Malaysia, we also discovered that there has been DNS, they are implementing transparent DNS proxy. They will redirect public DNS like Google or Cloudflare to their own ISP's DNS, so that people who used to be able to circumvent the censorship now won't be able to if they use the public DNS. And this also happened before in Indonesia and India. And there is also a more serious type of DNS tampering, which is the redirecting of the whole port 53, which means that no matter what DNS you use, it will always be directed to the ISPs or the national DNS. And in that, this happened in Indonesia. You cannot use your own DNS. And in Malaysia, one ISP actually did this recently. So this is a picture of Unidata. Sorry, it's a bit small, but it just shows that that a random IP address that we try to curate 3211 is just a random one, but it's port 53, and it resolved to the IP address of the blog page. So this poses a security issue from an engineering point of view, because anyone can just interject your DNS and redirect you to an unknown blog page or unknown page. So it's not only the ISPs can do it, anyone else can do it if they have the skills or the capacity. And so we are proposing a few solutions to address this. One is DNSSEC. I will go through it briefly after this. And the second one is DNS over TLS. And the third one would be showing the response code 451, unavailable for legal reasons. So these are all standards, IETF standards that has been approved. They are all some of them are widely implemented, but not deployed. So for example, DNSSEC. DNSSEC is basically, so we have now HTTPS. Before this, we all use HTTP, where we don't have, when we get the content, and now all browsers would come up with a security error, right? If you try to access a non-secure page, HTTP page, without the secure, the HTTPS protocol. So, but for DNS, it's different. Mostly are not secure. Most websites, they don't use DNSSEC. That means that when a website, let's say bbc.com, it should actually, when DNS is trying to resolve the address, it's supposed to have a private or public key protocol between the DNS and also the web page to confirm that website is actually bbc.com. So a lot of, there were problems before, like when people try to go to Google, or like in olden, like many years ago, where they, without DNS, it was subject to attack. So the web page would be redirected to another. So that in the case of DNS tampering, that is also very dangerous. Not only from the censorship point of view of like what is actually right to censor or not, but from the perspective of engineering, it's very dangerous and not secure. But unfortunately, DNSSEC has been not really deployed. These are countries in Southeast Asia. The validation of DNSSEC is quite low. For example, in Thailand, it's only 9%, and Philippines, that's about 70%. So it varies a lot. For DNS over TLS, it's actually a standard that's supposed to be implemented by browsers or devices or operating systems. So DNS over TLS is basically, from your user point of view, whatever DNS you use is, whatever the DNS is using or doing is going to be private from whoever is monitoring your internet. So this traffic is supposed to be secure, but it's not by default. You have to manually set your browser or your device to use DNS over TLS. So this is basic. This is just what I found from a quick checking over of a few devices or major devices or browsers, like those that implement Windows, Google Chrome, or maybe Android, and doesn't implement is the Apple products. And even those that implement it, it's not by default. You have to manually enable it. Otherwise, your DNS you're using now is most likely not secure, and can be interjected by anyone, your ISP or even the government. HTTP 451, it's unavailable for legal reasons. This is a bit tricky to implement because I think it can only be implemented by the website owner. It might be able to implement by the ISP, but I'm not sure how. But usually it's for geo-blocking purposes. Let's say a website owner cannot show the website outside of, in this case, it's outside of EU, or and it shows this web page. But for this purpose, it would be very useful in terms of measurement or reporting of internet censorship, because we can actually have a standardized block page instead of the ones that I showed you just now, which is varied across ISPs and also countries. So these are the solutions that I propose, that we propose. There may be other solutions, of course, to circumvent internet censorship, VPNs, more VPNs, and also there might, as countries get more, like they want to have more control of the internet, they may implement other censorship methods that are more rigorous, like in Iran and also China. But for now, if we can actually solve DNS tampering, it will solve a lot of DNS tampering, at least in this region, and in Southeast Asia especially. So we'll have this breakout. I don't know if you have enough people, or we can do questions during also the breakout. So I have this, we have 3 groups. I don't know if you have enough people. Yeah, we can have 3 groups, or so group 1 will discuss on the issues and also challenges. And the second group would discuss on the policy and the frameworks needed, any awareness campaigns needed. And the third group would discuss other solutions. So I prepared these 3 notes since we don't have a whiteboard. So we can have if you want to join group 1, you can join group 1. And if you want to join group 2, you can participate in group 2 and share your thoughts. And so on for group 3. Yeah. Sorry? Oh, whiteboard. Oh, okay, the whiteboard was. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So who wants to do group 1? Okay. Yeah. We'll do maybe now is 11:50, so we'll try to come back at maybe 12:50. Yeah. Come back, as a main big group. And okay. So these are the questions. So the group 1 will, the guiding questions is, how well do these solutions work in practice to overcome the censorship, and what are the obstacles? The second group will discuss who is responsible to implement these solutions. Is it ISPs? Is it government? Is it the website owner? Is it the organizations that you want to protect their information, their website from being blocked? And what can we do to ensure that they are implemented? And in the spirit of inclusion and equality, how do we make sure that these values are also implemented when we do these efforts? The third group, maybe it's a bit hard. Maybe we can go the final one, or if there's anyone who has different solutions other than these 3 standards. So what are practical challenges and so on? Yeah.
If anybody wants to work on group 3, I'm happy to do that over here.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. You want group 1? Oh, group 2, okay. Group 2 is here, and group 1 is this pink, red shirt lady. Okay.
Sorry, I know you said that we are able to ask questions during the group sessions. Maybe is it possible that I ask a question?
Yeah.
For
Okay.
online
I
participants?
just saw your. Is it the same one in the chat, or do you have a
Yeah.
different question?
So like I was wondering, like, for example, if we have like similar codes, for example 401 for like access denied for HTTP request resource. So I think that is like similar to like a 451, whereby you're saying that the access is denied, but the access denied is because of a legal reason. Is there like a specific situation for why like a 451 code is as needed? Is it because like the developers want to like handle like these requests differently?
It's more on transparency for the users and also for the website owner. Let's say they want to, so it's more clear to why the content is not available because of legal reasons. I think you can also have a metadata on like what law is actually in if you have the HTTP code for 451. Whereas when it's access denied, it could be, it could be many reasons, that I cannot think of now, other than legal reasons.
Okay, understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask to show the no, the slide, the slide. Can I ask the groups to also put in the notes in the group, if you can. And if you don't want to join, if you're an introvert, you don't want to join, just feel free to put your ideas in the group notes as well. Oh, sorry. Okay. I can also answer. Yes?
Yeah, so we were raising this question as to if the codes in a given country order a country block, then we should not, whether we should object or not.
It's not about whether the court is objective, more of like how they do it in a more technical, in a standardized how they all for.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're like.
Yeah, you can use that.
There are cases like Japan. It's illegal to block.
It's illegal.
Yeah, and even in our country,
Because
sexual abuse.
then this standard would be different, but you still need to, from a user point of view, just not just for censorship, but also to protect.
Okay, since the defeat there is illegal.
Okay, I mean it is illegal, but since there is Yeah, sure, sure. Okay, nice to meet you. Yeah, partner from Visual English Media. Pradipa. Yeah, Pradipa. Because I just helped you to change this. Oh, they were not so interested on it. Oh, they lost track. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, I didn't know. Oh, now it's okay. Okay, sorry. Okay. Thank you so much. Sorry. Sorry to interrupt, but we are actually past time, so I give you about 1 minute to wrap up, and then we can go back to the main group and discuss. Hi everyone, sorry. Yeah, please take your seats. Yeah. We can continue the discussion after this. You can continue to put notes and yeah, we can have calls and all that. I will share you my contact details after this as well. Yeah. Thank you. Maybe we can have someone from group 1 at the mic if you want to share your findings. Or should I just, does anyone have anything? Yeah.
I can do that.
Okay.
I don't think we wrote very much.
Okay.
To be honest. Would you like me to?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nobody else objecting, so.
I can write what you.
Right. Okay. So from group 1, in truth, we were inhibited a bit by our complete knowledge of all the technologies that you presented. So, so we had some discussion about what it all means and how those technologies actually function. Our conclusion was that those technologies, DNSSEC, DNS over TLS and HTTP, are intended to prevent malicious attackers from interfering with the delivery of information through the DNS. When you hold the keys to the kingdom, you're not so much malicious in that respect. And so the if your resolvers if your DNS resolvers exist at the ISP level, they're going to be those technologies will have limited abilities to prevent you from getting redirected. We couldn't think of another technology that might satisfy that except for VPN technology, which is very widely used in many cases like this and with varying degrees of success. And we heard a case study from Myanmar where that has been used to a certain amount of success in overcoming the inhibitions. Our bottom line was that more solutions will come from group 2. More effective solutions anyway. And so in summary, the technologies are available. They have some role to play, but ultimately there needs to be more of a policy and other types of arrangements for overcoming the challenge that you presented. And I'd welcome any of the other members of Group 1 to contribute if they have anything more to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And if anyone online would like to say anything on issues and challenges, anyone? You can raise your hand or type in the chat. Okay, 1, 2, 3, no, okay. Then group 2, any representative? Yeah, thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Satish from India. The group 2 discussed questions on who's responsible, what can we do to ensure that they implement them, and how do you bring in perspectives like gender equality and so on. The first thing we discussed was a considerable amount of diversity between countries. So Japan says they do not block, no matter what, how provocative the content is, except the case of CSIM, everything else is open and nobody can, according to the constitution of Japan, nobody can block. But the country that I'm from, we have a lot of blocking, India. So there's a lot of diversity. Now, who's to implement this? So we said it's a group of multiple stakeholders, the government, ISPs, registries, CCTLDs, and end user representatives. So this group should sit together and kind of try to, adopt these standards. Now, we also had a person from the online group, online Zoom room. We don't know who it is because we couldn't see it here, but they have also been adding to this. So I will read that out. It says we could try starting petitions to make our voice heard. And then the question on how to ensure that we have multiple perspectives. So enhance the diversity of the group. Ensure that bring in stakeholders from all different groups and have a multi-stakeholder process and voluntarily adopt the standards. So that's what it is, and it's. So I see that someone is adding more into the actual chat room. So you have a record here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before going to group 3, I would also like to read out the challenges mentioned by the online participants. I'm not sure who wrote in group 1 the notes. If 451, for DNSSEC, it would give this user a census convert that it's not modified by a censorship device. 451 for 451 standard, it will provide transparency. And DNSSEC, it can mitigate some form of censorship, and for TLS, it would circumvent censorship by hiding from the ISP. It will need coordination. I think this is the solution that they provide. The issues, the coordination with between providers and compliant requirements may not align. There may be additional costs to train engineers, and the obstacle is in Thailand is the low awareness of the technology. So policy can help this. I think I also emailed this proposal to the IATF mailing list, and for anyone who's not aware, you can also do that. There are many IATF mailing lists that you can just ask questions, even for standards like this, and someone would definitely reply because they are very nice people. So the problem with DNSSEC is also because of mostly economic costs, because when there is a DNS layer, additional security layer in the DNS, the internet will be to load the web page, it will be some slight lag, I think, because of the security layer, and that's why it's not been deployed very widely now. Anyway, we can go on to group 3. Group 3 representative. Yeah, thank you.
Hello. We had a good little discussion on what new technologies or methods could address DNS tampering effectively, and the potential challenges of implementing them. So in the first instance, we suggest that querying multiple databases to see that they all have the same answer could be a good solution. Home firewalls can also be a good solution. There are personal DNS resolvers like NextDNS. I think DNS Crypt. There are probably a few out there that you can run, or Pi-hole, very technical solutions that you can use to avoid DNS censorship. In addressing DNS tampering, one of the proposed suggestions was on the infrastructure side, shortening the duration of DNSSEC certificates so that they need to be refreshed more frequently. That can potentially increase the security of websites that are using these certificates. And the final proposed solution was using DOH, or DNS over HTTPS. And DNS over HTTPS avoids some of the problems of DNS over TLS in that it's very, very difficult to block. DNS over TLS is very easy for providers and governments to block because it uses a unique port. So it's easy to firewall it or stop it. And then people's web browsers or operating systems fall back to using the insecure DNS protocol. But DNS over HTTPS looks to the network like a web page query. So it's impossible without blocking all web traffic to block DNS over HTTPS. But the challenges of implementing any of these are that you have to be a fairly technical user to implement them. DOH, DNS over HTTPS, may be the easiest to implement, but only for web browsers. So web browsers like Firefox that make it relatively easy to turn it on, well, they'll protect your traffic while you're in that web browser, but other applications on your computer like your email client or other apps may not be using this, this secure method. So there are a lot of different solutions, but they're all very technical at this point. Possibly we need the operating system providers like Apple and Microsoft to start, and Google for Android, to start making it easier for people to use these other solutions.
Sorry, I'm just typing. Thank you so much. Those are very good points. Yeah, okay. I think they are the ones that are in the notes. Okay, so another one, I think another one for group 3 is, yeah, it goes against the freedom of manufacturers to decide what they want to implement. Yeah. I guess this is essentially for the users. So if we users can give feedback to these companies, I think eventually they would give in. And I think in our role, not only as a users, as civil societies, and also tech companies, if you are someone, I guess you're someone in this space, you hold a role. We all have a role to like communicate about this to each other, to make it simpler to understand. If you understand it now, that's good, and then you can tell your friends to help them understand and why it's important to know the standards and to implement them if they can. I think, for example, if you know any CSO organizations and they have a website, make sure that yeah, they know how to implement things like DNSSEC so that they can make sure that their website avoids DNS tampering. I'm not sure, does anyone have any questions before we end, or online? Anyone wants to say anything or ask any questions? Okay. Can you show the last slide, please? Yeah. Okay. I'm attaching the QR code again for those who haven't signed up. You can also fill up your email address, and maybe we have a newsletter, so you can sign up for any updates on our IMAP project. We have reports on internet censorship in our website. I'm sorry, can you go back to the, yeah, no need to show my face. So yeah, just show, you go to our website, there are reports on internet censorship, contact details. Yeah, you can contact me if you need to talk more further on this subject. Yeah, we can discuss further. And if you have any ideas that, on these solutions, you can also put in the notes. I think it's valid for another 1 year. So you feel free to put in the notes or just email me if you have any ideas. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for participating.
The session has now concluded. The next session follows presentation in this room with comments at 1:30. Lunch now is available in room 201. Please proceed to collect your meal. We wish you have an enjoyable dining experience. This session follows presentation with comments in 2 minutes. Please take your seat properly and set your mobile phone to vibrate or silent mode to avoid any disruption.
All sessions are being recorded and transcribed for API GF record and will be made publicly available.
Attention please everyone. I would like to check the group, all of the group members are right or not. Look at me. Okay, group 1. Okay, group 2, group B, sorry. Okay, group C. Group C, okay. Group D. Okay, group E. Oh, group E2, okay. Group F. F. B, kiss. Okay, Nancy. G. Okay. G, H. Okay, just only one. I. Look at fellow. Right there. Are you guys ready to start right now? May I check with group A? Are you guys ready? Okay. Okay. Let's get started, guys. Thank you, everyone, for joining the fellow presentation. And this is a special session for the fellow to present about whatever they want. Okay. So let's get started. Group 1, please please come to the station. Get ready for your presentation. Oh, okay. Group 1. Yeah, could you display the presentation file, which name is Group A? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining the session. My name is Mabda, and I'm from Group A. And we're going to present our takeaways from the past few days, as well as the discussions that has been taking place in the past few years with regards to the IGF, especially in the APAC region. So as you can see, the title is pretty broad, so please take this, our presentation as a sort of introduction for the other groups as well. So I think we can provide like a nice context to what's going to be discussed in the subsequent presentations. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. So we're just going to go through the context that underlies this year's APR-IGF, the discussions that has been raised in the past few days, as well as today, and what is going to happen, what we think we should, the actions that we should take following this year's APR-IGF, especially within the context of ongoing changes in the region and the world. So there are at least five contextual, 5 contexts that we need to bear in mind, especially in the APAC region. The first is the fact that this year is deemed as the election year, especially for the Asia-Pacific. We have elections all throughout the region, in Indonesia, in India, as well as a lot of leadership changes throughout the region. And this is something that needs to be taken into account because aside from the elections, we are seeing increasing trends of democratic backsliding in a lot of the countries in the region. Aside from that, we also have rising tensions pertaining to geopolitical dynamics between the different countries who are trying to assert their presence in the region, and how that sort of translates into technological rivalry. I think this is something that the third point is developments in multilateral institutions as well as multi-stakeholder institutions. This is something that has been extensively discussed throughout the past 3 days. And as mentioned, we're now approaching the review of the WSIS as well as the discussions on the GDC as well. And I think this is something that we have to look into very carefully as a multi-stakeholder community. We also have rising trends in climate crisis, as well as rising inequality and marginalization throughout the world. And my colleague is going to present the concerns of this year's APR-IGF.
Hello, guys. So here are some
takeaways from this series APR IGF, Digital Divide, discuss the growing gap between those with and without internet access and need for policies to bridge this divide. So next one, cybersecurity or cyber threats highlight the emerging threats and discuss the importance of international cooperation in the cybersecurity. Next one, data privacy issues. Explored recent data breaches and the need for stronger data protection laws around the APR, IGF, or APEC countries. So next one, AI and ethics. Discuss the ethical implications of AI and the need for responsible development. So next one, internet governance. So connectivity. Okay, that's recent concerns about this APR IGF.
Okay, so happy quick. So given the concerns that during all the discussions we learned about digital divide, lack of infrastructure, because of that the issues of the cost, and also we do see a lot of examples other countries mentions, and then one of them also one of the mentioned examples they discussed a lot was about cybersecurity, cyber threats, because increasing technology, increasing access to your informations, and also usage of mobile devices also create a lot of issues regarding cybersecurity threats. And also one of the highlights of these topics was AI. So with generative AI and also data processing, data mining is one of the issues becoming highly regulated examples as well. And then one important example I also like to highlight during an AI session was that lots of people don't know information on generative AI are accurate. So a lot of tech companies or AI provider doesn't disclose all the information that you're seeing is generated by data, not necessarily be factual informations. So people who see information generated by AI tend to be a factual truth information, and that's happening everywhere, which creates a lot of misinformation and disinformation issue as well. So those are the key concerns that we see overall IPIGF discussion, and I will hand over to my colleague on future steps.
Yeah, thank you. So we have to think deeply why we are here, and then what is APR IGF is all about, and how we can contribute to the future of internet governance in the region. So this is come to the twofold dimension. First is how we could tackle the multi-dimensional challenges in Asia Pacific, because in the 3 days we learned that Asia Pacific is a very diverse communities inside this region, but we APR IGF should also give the lesson learned and example for the other regions IGF or into the global IG communities. So these two challenges should be taken forward to our next contribution, not only for us fellows, but also to everyone, every stakeholders in the region of Asia Pacific, because we don't want to have communities or some people that left behind when the other is striving forward to like emerging techs and else, but others regions are keep behind the line. So that is what the key takeaways that our group think that we have to come to the surface of these mingle sessions and many chit-chat talks, and also policy advocacy, and also workshops. So this is what we're gonna do, and this is what we are expected to the next APR IGF and our contribution to this Asia Pacific region of internet governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Group A. Group B, please stand by. We only left like a 6-minute presentation. You know, like we only have like the 6-minute presentation to each group. So. Quickly, quickly. Okay. Could you please display the presentation, Group B? Guys, please be mindful with the time.
Okay. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, everyone. We are Group B, we are Body Group B. We're presenting regulating AI for fostering innovation, a comparative perspective. Okay, before we move further, I would like to introduce my group members also, and also our mentor, Dr. Nirosha from Sri Lanka, and also from the right is Lokendra, Alex, Simon, Pretty, Adelaide. It's not self-proclaiming beauty, this is beauty actually, Pretty. Okay, move on to the second, the first, okay, before coming back to the group members, each of us will explain the AI governance for each jurisdictions. Okay, move on. The first jurisdiction is India.
Hello everyone, I am Dr. Preeti Kamra and I would present my perspective for India. So before moving on to the regulations and laws which are formed in India, let's have a quick look at why do we need these regulations. So there are certain vital points such as AI is really vital for any countries and even for India's economic growth and innovation across several industries. There has to be a clear framework where how can AI development can prevent misuse. There has to be an ethical AI regulations should address, assist the bias, privacy, and discrimination to build public trust. Of course, there has to be a collaboration between various sectors such as government, industry, and academia to create adaptive regulations. There has to be a public awareness where we can promote AI literacy for a safer engagement using AI technologies. So coming to the laws, as such, India do not have a specific law which is there for AI, but there are many legal provisions for it. The first is the National Information Institution for Transforming India, which is NITI Aayog. This policy came in 2018, wherein it focused on various sectors such as healthcare, agriculture, education, smart cities, and mobility. There is a privacy law, which is the Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023, which enacted to address privacy concerns related to AI platform. And the last one is India was a member of Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, promoting wherein a summit in New Delhi was held to promote and discuss various AI data governance and innovation related issues. Now I pass the mic to my colleague, Simon.
Okay, thank you. So I'll be giving a kind of comparative perspective on the AI regulations or policies in, comparing Bangladesh, in Pakistan and Sri Lanka. Although there are lots of interrelated policies, laws are there, we will just focus on some of those. If we talk about the AI readiness of these countries, the Bangladesh and the Pakistan has got the draft version of the AI policy in 2024 and 2022. Sri Lanka does not have the AI policy yet, although we know that a draft is being made by the concerned ministry, which has already have been transferred or handed over to the president, but it has not made public yet. And if we look into those drafts of Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka, it is good to know that they have focused on human, or they are talking about the human-centric AI. So that is the good aspect of these three countries right now. However, there's a slight difference. Bangladesh talks about human-centric AI. Pakistan talks about human upscaling through AI. For Sri Lanka, we are not sure whether which approach they will take, but they are also having that conversations. Okay, so I will pass that to my colleague.
Who? Lokendra? Me? Okay. So hi, I'm Lokendra. I'll be quickly focusing on European Union. So European Union has been a norm and regulatory entrepreneur in the world, and they've embraced that role, and their approach to AI is consistent with what they've done in the past with GDPR, with Digital Markets Act, and the Common Charging Directive. So the EU AI Act entered into force on 1st August, so it's fairly new, and we are still seeing how it plays out. So they have adopted a tier risk framework in which the AI models which pose unacceptable risk, like social rating and so on, these are prohibited. AI systems which pose high risk, they are subject to stringent legal requirements, and AI systems which pose low risk, they are very minimally regulated. Europe has adopted this approach because they have a strong bureaucracy and they don't have that many big AI companies. So they are more pro-regulation and less pro-innovation. So there's a reason for that. Would EU AI Act have global impact like GDPR? It seems so, but it is too early to comment as well. But maybe we can have a larger discussion on this later. I'll pass on the mic to Alex.
Oh, time's up. No, okay.
Yeah. Just quickly.
So in 2023, we have the Singapore National AI Strategy. Previously, it was 2019, but we refreshed it because we understand the nature of AI is global and overchanging. We need to look at local to global, from project to systems. And of course, in this policy, the application is, we have a few things, so which is Project Pensive, which is using technology to help spot early signs of dementia. The GovTech, which is a statutory board in Singapore, they are trying to, it's a screening tool, they want to detect the sign of dementia by analyzing users' drawing. Selena Plus, which is a deep learning AI software system that detect potential threatening eye condition accurately and efficiently. And of course, everybody knows one service chatbot similar to your ChatGPT. This chatbot guides residents to provide the relevant information in real-time conversational manner to ensure that feedback is comprehensively logged. So working together, our national AI strategy success depends on Singaporeans, business, researchers, the government, and our friends from around the world working together. So if you are interested, you can click on the website to know more. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Group B. You will get 30 seconds.
Okay, I'm Adli. I will present on AI regulation on the perspective of Malaysia. Malaysia has taken 3 steps. The first one is the AI roadmap, which is from 2021 to 2025. It's showing the initiative and intention of Malaysia in regulating AI and fostering the innovation. The second one, currently Malaysia is producing, having a multi-stakeholder approach in producing and developing the guidelines and also the ethical code of conduct for AI in fostering the innovation in Malaysia. And lastly, our Minister of Science and Technology are examining the need of legal framework and for the AI Act. So to conclude with our presentation today, there is a need to govern AI, but there is a need for a balance between regulation and fostering AI to make the regulation itself adaptable, so that it will not stifle the innovation, but to fostering it and make it more ethical and put accountability to everyone. Thank you very much from us, Group Body B.
Thank you very much, Group B, Group C. Yeah, thank you very much. I will not stand by because it's kind of like wasting the time. Group C, please be mindful that each group will only have like the 6 minutes. So, yeah, sure. Up to you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Relva Elisaga. I am from the Philippines, together with Mr. Kenny Hui of Hong Kong and UK. And we are here to present a topic under the subtheme of security and trust. And we would like to highlight on this topic the most crucial challenge in internet governance, which is the disinformation and misinformation in Asia Pacific. First, we need to discuss the prevalence or the existing happening of disinformation and misinformation crisis in the Asia-Pacific region. So we have here first the social media penetration. So our region boasts the largest number of social media users globally. We all know that. And with over 2.5 billion people active users on various platforms, these has made a fertile ground for the spread of information disorders. Second, we have here the government censorship. So in some countries like China and Myanmar, government censorship has limited access to independent media, creating a vacuum of information that can be filled by disinformation. Third, we have foreign interference. So countries in the region have been targeted by foreign actors who use disinformation campaigns to influence elections, so discard and undermine the trust in the government. And lastly, we have like the most existing one, which is the health misinformation. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, the region saw a surge in misinformation related to virus, its origins, and prevention measures. For the next part, we'll just run through to some examples that we have here. So we have Myanmar, India, and the Philippines. So in Myanmar, in the aftermath of the 2021 military coup, Myanmar has seen surge of disinformation and misinformation. So the junta has used state-controlled media to spread propaganda, while independent journalists and activists have been targeted by the authorities. We have also India. So India has been a hotspot for the spread of misinformation, particularly on WhatsApp. So false claims about the causes of communal violence, the government's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the safety vaccines have been widely circulated. Lastly, in our country, the Philippines. So during the 2022 Philippine elections, the presidential one, false narratives circulated online claiming that the late dictator Ferdinand Marcos' martial regime was beneficial to the country. However, it is mainly fabricated or distorted historical evidence. So these example illustrates how disinformation can weaponize to manipulate public opinion and influence the outcome of the elections. For the next part, we will have impact and combating the disinformation and misinformation. We have Mr. Kenny Hui.
So now you all know that the effects of disinformation and misinformation are extremely harmful. So what can we do about that? So they create a lot of chaos, mistrust, and also panic for countries. Just look at the countries like in Southeast Asia. They are always more vulnerable to the political polarization because they mainly lack of digital literacy and economic disruption. A lot of time, maybe you guys heard about that in China, you know, a lot of Western newspaper just like use misinformation to scare away investors in China. And public health crisis. This is maybe personal to you guys too. I don't know whether when 3 years ago when you take your first jab, were you hesitant to do that? I did, and so did some friends. Why? Because a lot of time we saw a lot of misinformation online saying that, oh, how the virus was created, and also how the vaccine are being administered by certain government may not be good enough. So that's why this is also very personal to all of you. So here comes the very important question. How we can combat disinformation and misinformation over the long term effectively? Of course, now we talk about AI. The last few could talk about AI a lot. But I will tell you this. AI is not the solution. It's only partially true to help combat disinformation and misinformation because AI is only a tool for us to detect the fake news and fake information online. But it doesn't solve the root problem. which is how and why misinformation is being spread. So that's why the only approach, as we always talk about, is called multi-stakeholder approach to solve the root problem. So through education, training, and public awareness campaigns, we can strengthen public's media's literacy and also train them how to think critically so that they can identify and also figure out whether you can trust the source or not. Second, we also have to promote independent and quality journalism. So governments have to support independent media and also encourage different stakeholders to develop the fact-checking initiative and organizations. And most importantly, open data, open government data. Everyone should have access to the information, like reliable information and also things from government. And if ever government does anything wrong, they should be held accountable when they spread any misinformation. And third, this is also important, it's related to us. We have to engage social media platforms, particularly mostly the NGOs and also government bodies. They have to talk to them how to implement effective content moderation policies. This is very important for us because this will increase the transparency for us in the future. And most importantly, for international and regional levels, well-crafted regulation and also framework should be collectively enforced, meaning that if only one country does something, it doesn't work, we have to join hands together. Otherwise, nothing can be done. And last but not least, you guys today, every single of you should actually step up and go back to your own communities and try to raise the awareness of misinformation and disinformation. Why? Because good internet governance matter for all. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Good. Next, please stand by. Okay. Quickly, guys. Sorry, we have a time limitation, so. Okay, ready? Guys? Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, let's start it.
Okay, we are Group D, and we'll be discussing about digital literacy and education, mainly focusing on Sri Lanka and Bhutan. And let's get to know our team members. We have Namka from Bhutan, Kavindu from Sri Lanka, and me, Sadamini from Sri Lanka, and we have two mentors, Satish sir and Ford. And so when it comes to what we are discussing, we are mainly discussing about the digital literacy and education in our countries. And first we'll go through a background related to the education, current education system, and also then we'll discuss about the challenges we face in our countries when it comes to the digital literacy-based education, and then we are going to propose solutions, and then finally we'll discuss about how or what we can discuss in upcoming APR-IGF 2026. So let's go to the background. So when it comes to our countries, we have already developed some platforms where we can teach digital literacy, like in Bhutan we have digital Rukul flagship program, and also they have Educare LMS, and also in Sri Lanka we have online platforms like Itaksalawa, Surusara, Nanasala, and Hitavati program. But at the end we have this problem of enrolling students or teaching our content to the students who are in rural areas, because they do not have internet access. Most of them do not have internet access, and also in the areas where they have internet access, they have problems with accessing and affording the internet connection, and also the scalability, also the stable internet connection has become a problem in these areas. So let's move to the next one. So based on this content, we have identified several challenges in educating these students related to the digital literacy. As I mentioned earlier, we have limited infrastructures in our countries. So because of that, they cannot enroll into the programs. And also when we try to teach them about the internet governance and these policies, so they may also we have educational barriers like lack of digital curriculum. At the schools, we learn computer literacy, but not digital literacy. Still, our curriculums are not yet developed up to the level where they should be, and they are not upgraded to the level those should be. And also, we have language barriers, because most of the Sri Lankans speak Sinhala, and when it comes to the technical terms and all, it's difficult for them to understand. And also, no matter how many times or no matter how many awareness programs we conduct, they do not get the basics. That means they do not understand how they should be safe while using internet. So that's why we are getting so many complaints in related to cyber harassments and all. So we need to have a proper mechanisms to teach them in related to how to use internet properly, and we need mechanisms to teach them digital literacy. And so when it comes to the solutions, the first thing we think that we need to establish is expanding the reliable internet and affordable access to technology. And also, we need to have proper programs for on teacher training and capacity building in our countries to make them upgraded and updated about the new technologies and the policies. And also, we need equal resource distribution among all over the country. And also, we need more awareness campaigns, especially in rural areas. And also, we need to have more policies on how to teach them, especially in related to computer literacy and digital literacy-based curriculums. And based about the education, we need more policies. And also, we need continuous monitoring and evaluation in regard to this area. So when it comes to the next APR-IGF in 2026, we propose that it's better to have a special track on education. In related to digital literacy-based education, we propose that it's better to have a track or at least more sessions on this area. Because at the end, we have to teach or we have to develop awareness programs on what we have taken from here. It's not enough to discuss these things here. We have to take those to our countries. We have to make awareness among the other citizens in our countries. So I think it's better to discuss about this further in upcoming APR-IGFs. And so I think we are running out of time. So that's all. And if you have any questions, it's time to park your questions.
Yeah, if you have any question, you can ask them to later. Okay, time's up. Okay, group. Next group, please. Are you guys ready? Standing by PowerPoint presentation.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. I am Prerna Chetri from Bhutan, and today we are going to talk about digital divide and inclusion. So, the digital divide refers to the gap between those who have access to digital technology and the internet and those who do not have it. While some countries like Japan and Singapore are well connected, many rural and less developed areas struggle with limited access, and this creates challenges in education, employment, and communication. This is why it's important to discuss about digital inclusion and divide. My friend Jeremy will talk more on it.
Okay, so actually I like very simple theory and very simple concept. So I just trying to make the simple definition of the digital divide. So what is digital divide? Digital divide is like the different opportunities to modern digital technologies like the AI or like the quantum computers between the individuals or the countries. So there are some causes that happen to the digital divide. So in terms of the geographical location, gender, so this kind of stuff that made the digital divide. And also there are some sudden impacts that contribute to the digital divide, like the education, healthcare, and also like the economic developments. So these are how the digital divide that affect to the in terms of the economics or politics, something like this. And the next one is the digital. Digital inclusion. So when we talk about the digital divide, we also need to consider what is digital inclusion, because digital inclusion is the only one solution. I mean, like not the only one, like the possible solution to address the digital divide. So and also let me check. So when we talk about when we think about the digital inclusion, we also need to think about the like devices and also the connection and also the skills and like digital literacy and also the digital security and sustainability issues like the eco-internet, so something like that. So all these considerations go under the things of the digital inclusion. And so the next one is gender digital divide. So what is gender digital divide? It's the different access to the modern digital technology between men and women, and also the like different who have the different sexual orientation. So especially so. And also how to address the gender digital divide. We could, especially for the women are the most vulnerable population in terms of the digital divide. So we could provide then the opportunities for the like the skills or the like training for the women to access to the digital technologies and also we also need to think about the policy intervention to how can I say to provide the like the required skills and development for the women. So they could foster, I would say, they could foster the SDG number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. The next one is what is also, the picture is last year in UNIGF in Judo. So we also need to think about the meaningful accessibility and meaningful connectivity. So this kind of two concepts is also need to consider when we talk about the digital inclusion. So I will not explain today about each of these concepts. And the next one is I will present about the case study in Myanmar. So in my countries, we have like total population about 54.78 million people, and also the only 24.11 million people are access to the internet, and also there's are also 80.50 million active social media users in our countries. According to the reports by the data reporters, there are about around 30.6 million people are still left behind in accessing the digital technology. So this will say like the almost all half of the population in our countries are left behind in accessing the digital technology, like including the modern technology like the AI. So there is my personal research. I just conducted the research in 2022. So it is about how the like internet restriction affect the education accessibility for the university student in Myanmar. So I just conducted to the 60 research participants. Based on this research, the key findings are like the most of the students could not accessible to the internet because after the like conflict in our country, so most of the students are completely dependent on the like online to access to continue their education. So because of the internet restriction, and also like the high price for the like data price, they couldn't afford to continue their education. So when you talk about the digital device, apart from the marginalized population, even the university students are suffering this kind of digital divide in our country. Yeah. The next one is the case in Bhutan. Yeah.
Quickly, please.
So thank you, Jeremy, for your insightful case study. So let me talk about a case study in Bhutan. So this is a case study about bridging the digital divide in Bhutan, which basically talks about challenge which was in Bhutan during the COVID-19 time, where rural students faced struggles while online learning due to lack of technology and internet access. And some of the initiatives that UNICEF took to overcome that were with low-tech and no-tech learning, local language adaptation by creating materials in our local language, Songkha, and also educating parents on how to help their children during this time, and also targeting marginalized group who don't have access to resources. And one of the impactful stories is about Sonam Doji, who is a scout leader, who ensured continued education for primary students in remote Bhutan through material distribution and group session and psychological support. That's how UNICEF's multifaceted approach helped divide Bhutan's digital divide. And how digital divide and inclusion can affect the resilience is, digital divide could weaken resilience by leaving certain vulnerable group and unable to respond effectively in encountering the crisis. So that's why digital inclusion enhances resilience by ensuring that everyone gets the information and they are up to date. This is the final slide, how we can move towards a sustainable future by addressing digital inclusion and divide. If we address all this, some of the things that can happen are we can have economic growth which supports SDG 8, and we can also have quality education which is SDG 9, and we can also empower women and marginalized group, which is advancing SDG 5. And with all this, we will be basically advocating a lot of the sustainable development goals. That's for our presentation, and if you have any question, you can contact us personally.
Yeah, if you have any question, please contact her after the session. Our group, are you guys ready? Yep, PowerPoint, please. Guys, once again, please be mindful with the time, 6 minutes.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm Vikas Adhikari from beautiful Himalaya region of Nepal, and this is my friend Nancy from beautiful island of Papua New Guinea. Together we represent diverse culture, unique challenges and shared aspiration. Today we are excited to take you on a journey through the evolving ecosystem of internet governance and the enduring principle that guide us.
Thank you, because the Asia-Pacific region is a tapestry of diverse voice and experience, and it's a privilege to be here to discuss our journey as a fellow, as inspired us, and we hope to contribute towards a responsible internet governance framework that reflects our region's unique needs and perspective on how important collaboration as a whole.
Over the year, we have witnessed the internet evolves from a simple communication tool to a complex ecosystem impact every aspect of our lives, from AI to blockchain. These technologies are reshaping how we connect, learn, and grow. But with these advancement come challenges like the digital divide and the ethical use of technology.
In Papua New Guinea, due to the geographical landscape and the human scattered across the island, we face considerable challenges in terms of infrastructure. With many rural areas lacking access to reliable internet and electricity, this creates a significant digital divide between rural and urban population. From a fact use case, I worked with the very department mandated by the PNG government to implement ICT policy and build ICT infrastructure. Yet the effort we put in is not enough, and the digital divide is still a big problem.
While the digital landscape changes, our commitment to key principle remains steadfast. These principles, multi-stakeholderism, transparency, accountability, and human rights are the foundation of responsible internet governance.
Okay, we also have a fellow, Philomena, who is also joining us, and he has also contributed to this. As a fellow from Pacific, both of us, Philomena and myself, find that the principles are all key to building a positive digital future. Each principle speaks for itself in definition. In our simplest opinion, multi-stakeholderism means everyone's voice counts to make better decisions. Transparency makes sure everything topic we discuss and share are open so we can build a trust and accountability.
In Nepal, I am focused on integrating climate change strategy into local development. The internet plays a crucial role in connecting communication to knowledge, resources, and support system that drive sustainable development. By bridging the digital divide, we can amplify our climate action efforts.
Despite the challenges of digital divide, I lead efforts in my country with the government department all across of government department in data governance and protection for the all of government approach. I actively contribute to being part of a team drafting and implementing national data governance policy and other national policies. My focus is on making data accessible when network infrastructure is available. And to further address these challenges, I also advocate and raise awareness to government social media platforms. This is all of government approach, and I'm sure now I'm exposed to so much to take back and to continue engaging with everyone I meet. I'll talk on behalf of Philomena. In Samoa, Philomena stated that they faced some challenge with regulating new technologies like Starlink. Integrating Starlink internet service as required navigating complex regulations and ensuring compliance with national standards. Additionally, expanding broadband infrastructure. As an active member of Samoa's ICT Association, his focus is to advocate in improving awareness for digital literacy, which is an ongoing effort to enhance connectivity and skills across his island. Okay, I'm gonna be summarizing it up for both of us. In Nepal, we see how the internet plays a vital role in bridging the digital divide, particularly in integrating climate change strategies into local development. In Papua New Guinea, you can see my focus has been on leading data governance and protection efforts, all of government approach, ensuring that policies are seamlessly integrated with technical systems for smooth and interoperability. I also advocate for greater awareness to government platforms to further this effort. In Samoa, Philomena has faced challenges with regulating new technologies like Starlink, while also working to improve digital literacy and expand broadband infrastructure through its active participation in national ICT.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Guruji, please. Quickly, quickly. Okay, PowerPoint, please. Okay, let's get started. Gruji. Yeah. What? Are you ready? H. No. Group H.
You are on.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I want to discuss innovation issue. The impact is billions of people around the world. Technical participated trans-based violent or TFTBV in our immersively digital world. Technical empowers, but should also imposes person by persons. Especially women and trans minorities. The new form of the violent is my prone today to explore how to cancel 3A and implement connected survivor-centric framework to effectively combat TFTBV. The next line, the concurrency gland count. I can explain what is the TFTBV. TFTBV include a trend of abuses from online harassment to digital trust. Unfortunately, our recent effort to assess this issue one often treatments and insufficient. In many cases, several causes are flash with is not legal protection, social support. Our resource, we will see in the following case study from every country. For example, inclusion my country in Vietnam, and the case study in Vietnam, consider to the case young woman in Vietnam, a dancer who is publicly exam after the butterfly talk of photo of her revealing clothing and the posted online. The image quickly went viral. Actually, the thousands of the comments. This case highlight at rampant victim flaming the flag of accompanied for to who is the such violence online. It also underscores the urgent need to coordinated response to the tech victim livelihood. International representation traders break the cipher, a framework for the trained staff in the digital space. Rector Silos is a start arm on integrating trainers to the staff into every aspect to digital platforms and policies. It accounts for coordination between government, tech companies, NTOS, and civil society to create the undefined response to TFTBV. It is cross track the spiral it about putting survival first, ensuring that the safety, naivety, and autonomous at the top priorities in any intervention. So technology and design, the platform can do can incorporate safety features like refit contents, removal, and such responding mechanism to the better protect users. The next I presentation implement trace either for the form method to reactively implement this framework. We need to focus on the several key areas. The first little framework government, but it targets concrete protection against TFTBV, including clear definition, penalty, and support mentorship for the survivors. The second, education and awareness. The public awareness campaigns and essential to training society attention towards space violence and combating victim flaming. That's what's called the broader cooperation, TFTBV, is a global issue, and it's a required international cooperation in develop it tech solutions. Therefore, technical solutions, tech company must deliver AIs for the contents moderation with the ensuring that such responsive medicine just a sensible response to services. Conversion as we more ones is the task to the prioritize for coordinators. Sovereign contrast approach to combating TFTBV crack the spiral of models. How we can achieve this, but it requires commitment for the stakeholders, government, tested companies, and civil society. Together, we can ensure that technology is a lot tool, empowerment rather than exploitation. Thank you, listen to me.
Thank you. Yeah, Jess and the group, please. Yep. Oh, mentor will also sitting with them. Are you guys ready? Let's get started. Yep. 6 minutes.
Hello everyone, and sorry for the technical glitch. This is Group G. Welcome to our presentation. At first, I'd like to introduce you all with our group mate. We have Shanvolik Rose, Jasmine Passis, Simon Izer, and me, Rumki Farhana. And we're very glad to have our mentor as Aris Ignacio. So we chose the subject focusing on inclusivity. It's ethical governance and liberalization of digital finance in the Asia-Pacific region. And the objective of this study was to examine the ethical governance and liberalization of digital finance in the Asia-Pacific region through a human rights lens. The key topics we tried to figure out are about regulatory frameworks, access and inclusion, privacy, data protection, and the impact on marginalized communities. The context that we have been through is there is rapid growth in digital finance, mobile payments, decentralization finance, and financial technical innovations in this region, and the driving forces behind are majorly like in the broader head, economic growth, technological advancement, and increasing financial inclusion. I would like to share a little bit of other factors as well on the e-banking sector particularly. It's about increases financial inclusion, especially in rural areas among women, SIM card registration and links to identify system, limited options, limited public information. There is banking service which are monopolized and unregulated. There is lack of specific policy on e-banking or digital scams to reporting scam, which is a big challenge. There is lack of digital literacy, lack of data protection framework, and also lack of public-private partnership framework. So about ethical governance, we figured it out that there are some key principles, and those are transparency, accountability, fairness, and consumer protection. And from the human rights context, it is expected to go through the due diligence process all the time about how governance practice interest with human rights standards. How can we make it possible, how it would be possible? We agreed that it could be possible by promoting ethical governance, by setting example, leading example, and follow the best practices. There are 3 approaches that we want to share with you as highlighting points. That is a multi-stakeholder approach by engagement of government, civil society, and private sector, right-based framework, incorporating human rights due diligence in digital finance, and also by capacity building, by strengthening regulatory bodies and financial literacy initiatives. There are some challenges that we figured out. It is regardless everywhere, of course, but particularly in this region, there is political and economic barriers. That includes influence of authoritarian governance and monopolistic practices. There is technological barriers as well, which includes cybersecurity, digital literacy, and infrastructure gaps. There is social barrier that includes trust deficits and cultural resistance to digital finance. So we came up with some rational recommendation, and the rationale is behind our recommendations are like strengthening regulations by enhancing regulatory framework. We can improve it. We can improve by harmonized and robust data protection laws, by promoting inclusivity, ensuring marginalized communities benefit from digital finance, and also by advocating for transparency and accountability. That includes like regular audits, reporting, and multi-stakeholder engagement. And thank you very much.
Thank you, and short and very in time. Thank you very much. And next group, yeah. This is the last group, everyone, and also after after finishing the presentation from this group, we will go down and take the picture together. Okay, dear fellow, pay attention to me. Okay. Okay, let's get started.
Test. Hello, everyone. My name is Yuan Ting, and we are the group of local fellows. Today, we are going to share 3 topics about the forum. Firstly, I want to share my opinions about multi-stakeholders model. Yeah, I think in multi-stakeholder model, there are not only representatives from different countries or different professionals, but each individual has maybe more than one identities at the same time. Take me, for example, we are all internet users, right? And I'm also a civil servant, and now I'm working at the government. So I think sometimes I may encounter some conflicts within these identities. There is a very interesting phenomenon in Taiwan from my observation. When Taiwanese face some challenges from the internet, such as disinformation, fraud, or maybe intimidate images, they tend to seek the government for help and hope government to do something to deal with it. But however, when government really want to do something to deal with it, the people may concern the government will damage the freedom of expression. So, I think these conflicts indeed make sense because Taiwan is a democratic country. So I want to say these challenges are why we are here today, right? Yeah, so this is my experience that I want to share to you. And last but not least, I want to thank you because I met a lot of friends in this forum and took you guys to night market, and I think I think it was very, very happy, wonderful memory for me because this is my first time to take foreigners to my country. So I think these are also a wonderful memory for you guys, and welcome to Taiwan again. Yeah, next time in the future. And
Thank you
let's
so much.
pass the mic to my partner.
Okay, thank you, Yuanting. And my name is Ron, and now I'm going to present my perspective on AI. So, okay, the next slide. Okay, so hello, my name is Ron, and because I'm a major in law, so that's why I am going to talk about AI in the law perspective. Okay, so I will look at the AI under the perspective of law, and I'll discuss generative AI from legal perspective and how different regions are addressing these challenges. Generative AI, such as ChatGPT, has raised significant legal concerns like how it can be used legally, securely, and safely by both business and individuals. In response, the European Union passed the AI Act in 2023. It is the first comprehensive legal framework specially designed to regulate AI systems. This AI Act is really has a lot of different from the US AI Act. So I will talk about both EU AI Act and the US AI Bill of Rights. So the European AI Act is like it's really related to data and documentation, like transparency and human oversight. On the other hand, the US AI Bill of Law is like non-binding set of principles. This bill aims to guide AI development and usage by focusing on issues like algorithm discrimination, data privacy, and the need for transparency and human oversight. And while comparing to these two laws from the EU and the US, we can see clearly contrast. The EU imposed enforceable rules, while the US emphasized aspirational ethics. So, so finally, in conclusion, while the EU AI Act and the US AI Bill of Rights, they are so different in regulatory approaches. One binding and the other is voluntarily. Both are crucial in shaping the responsible use of AI. As AI continues to evolve, global collaboration will be essential in setting unified standards that ensure AI benefits society while minimizing risk. Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gunther. Next, I will express my perspective on the resilience of digital infrastructure. There are many natural disasters like typhoons, earthquakes, or tsunamis. In order to keep this digital infrastructure work, we can enhance the resilience of digital infrastructure by multiple heterogeneous communication networks like satellites, microwave links, or submarine cables. By utilizing these communication means, we can still transmit our messages domestically, internationally, and we can retain our presence and voice in the digital world. There are three takeaways in our conclusion. First is rethink our role in the multi-stakeholder model. Second is to ensure AI benefits society while minimizing risks. Last but not least is to build multiple heterogeneous networks to provide alternatives. I would like to thank you all for once again for flying to Taiwan to attend the APR-IGF. I hope you all like Taiwan and enjoy your trip. Thank you.
Okay, we are coming to the end, and I believe that we are running about like, okay, whatever. Running out of the time, so all fellows and our audience for joining these sessions, and thank you very much for preparing your presentation as well, especially to the fellow. Yeah, well done, everyone. And also, I hope that all the audience and the mentor and also the FC committee member, MSG member, really enjoy. I hope you also enjoy this session. As I mentioned before, like let's take the group picture on the downstairs, and so all fellow came together with me, and let's take the group picture, and FC member as well. Yeah, mentor. How many mentor are staying with us? Or mentor, please. Yeah. First floor photo book. Ah. See, guys, let's go down to the first floor and see you near the photo book.
This session has now concluded. The next session in this room will commence in 5 minutes.
哦。他现在听得到。哦 ，Christy， 你在线上？Are you online？好，因为我不是 moderator， 现在我变成这个 moderator， 真的，这个是我啊，但是我不是 moderator，moderator 他不在。But is she? What it? She's online, but can you put her online? 你要把他们全都 put online 嘛？没有开啊。
这样可以吗 ？Just let me know when you want the session to begin.
You can start now.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone, especially to the distinguished speakers and all the participants. Welcome to the session. And as you can tell that this session is presented, co-organized by the National Taiwan Ocean University and Stanford University. So I would like to take a few minutes to explain that why the idea of this session came into shape. And that has to be traced back earlier this year. I had the honor to work on a capstone project at Stanford University with postgraduate students. And the focus of the project is about the protection of Taiwan's undersea cables. And the more I did the research on this topic, the more I realized how important this topic is. But also I learned how underappreciated this topic has been. So that's why I want to have this session and also invite distinguished speakers across disciplines and also different regions and to share with us their insights. And as this is an issue sitting at the intersection of the ocean governance and the cyber policy, and now more and more the international politics. So I'm glad that we have three very outstanding experts in their respective field and to share their opinions with us. So let me introduce the first speaker, Charles Mock, a research fellow from the Cyber Policy Center at Stanford University. And the second speaker, is Lucio Pitlo, and who is a China policy expert from Philippines. Then if you keep a check on the news about what's happening in South China Sea, then the chances are you may see a lot of opinions from Lucio already. And our third speaker is Dr. Rush. Sorry, I dare not to try to pronounce your name in full. Okay, Dr. Rush is a very outstanding academic in the international politics, and she also wrote many pieces about the undersea cables and the political tussling. So you can see that actually, apart from our speakers, they stand for the different research or the different disciplines. I think you can also say that they stand for different regions of the oceans, since it's a transoceanic issue. Like Charles may stand for the both sides of the Pacific Ocean, and Lucio can stand for the South China Sea, right? And Dr. Rush can, who used to be a research fellow in a think tank in India, but now she's moving to the Australian Strategic Policy Institute from August. So, Rush, you can stand for the Indo-Pacific Ocean. Okay, so first of all, thanks the committee members, the organizing members of the Internet Governance Forum to make this session happen. So I think we are kind of running short of time. So I will just give the room to our first speaker. Charles, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Let me take a few minutes to go through the main points that I presented in my paper recently with Kenny Huang. You're obviously very familiar with Kenny. He has another session right downstairs right now, but glad that you are here instead. But our paper is about Taiwan's critical infrastructure, in particular, the challenges faced by its undersea cable. I apologize, I should have provided my PowerPoint that I used on day 0 for another tutorial in TWIGF for this purpose again, but I didn't provide that. I didn't pass it on to the Secretariat. So may bear with me as I go through the main points of our paper. First of all, we have to realize that undersea cables are actually the lifeline of connectivity when we think about the internet. 99% of intercontinental traffic throughout the world, global internet is passed through, it at some point would be passing through undersea cable. People don't think about that because every time we connect to the internet now, everything is wireless. But in fact, the physical fiber optics undersea are very important. However, in recent years, you see a lot of problems with these undersea cables. We have natural disasters. In Taiwan, there may be earthquake-prone. In the South Pacific, last year, there was a major tsunami, so many of the undersea cables were cut. Over the last half a year, there are many issues or many accidents or so-called accidents, we don't know whether they are really accidents, where undersea cables are destroyed and making certain regions inaccessible to the users in those regions. And these incidents happen, for example, in the Nordic, where Estonia, Sweden and countries in the region were affected by when a cable was cut by a Chinese ship. It happened also in the Red Sea, where the Houthis were targeting cables serving the Middle East region to destroy them or to cut them to disrupt the connectivities. East Africa and Vietnam and so on, these are other examples of recent incidents. So this is not a phenomena that is restricted to Taiwan, but in particular, we want to look at Taiwan in our paper. So what's happening in Taiwan? Traditionally, we have to understand that that a lot of the, or most of the undersea cables activities or construction from or the trans-Pacific undersea cable networks. They go from Western United States, the West Coast, to typically Japan, and then Hong Kong, and then Singapore. But there are a couple of problems. First, Hong Kong, since 2019, US companies are not allowed to connect to the Hong Kong anymore for reasons that is, the US government decided that for security reasons, they don't allow that. Now, second is the problems in the South China Sea. And I think other speakers will probably talk a bit more about that as well. These days, if companies want to lay new cables through that region, they actually have to apply to China. Even though the waters in that region, the ownership is in dispute, but for safety reason, peace of mind, companies have to actually follow the orders of the Chinese government and apply to them, and it takes a long time, a lot of delays. So instead, a lot of companies decided that these days they would go through from the western US coast to Guam, and then maybe to the Philippines, and then go down to Indonesia, Malaysia, and come back up to Singapore. So that actually affects this region in the sense that new submarine cables investment may be limited, and it also may affect Japan too. So what can be done? The Taiwan government actually put out, the MODA, the Ministry of Digital Affairs, actually put out a three-pronged approach to look at this issue. Number one, they say they want to strengthen the land capabilities of the cables, which means that within the island of Taiwan, they want to make sure that in terms of incidents, they can be well connected within the island, inside the island. But externally, and also maybe internally as well, because there are outlying islands in Taiwan, they said that they would want to look into satellite. But of course, the problem with satellite is that the biggest provider of satellite low Earth orbit network, satellite technology, Starlink, is owned by Elon Musk, and he has a lot of financial and economic interests in China as well. So it is probably problematic to rely solely on him. But he's the biggest guy. He's the biggest player in this region. So it would take a lot of investment for Taiwan, which they are trying to do, to send up satellites starting 2026 to try to create a small network of their own satellite. But that might be a solution that is a little bit too late and too expensive and too little too late. And then, of course, what can they do in terms of strengthening the undersea cable network and investment? So we have a number of recommendations. Essentially, we believe that they the Taiwan government should look into establishing a cable repair industry in Taiwan, because remembering that when incidents happen, you have to repair, and it takes a long time. And that industry is dominated by one American company, one Japanese companies, and then one French company. And then more and more also another Chinese company, which is controlled by Huawei. So it is important, we believe, that Taiwan should explore a more role, or a bigger role, and a more autonomous role in terms of being able to support its own cable repair. And we also believe that they should look for strategic cooperation with its neighbors in terms of digital resilience by working with countries such as Japan, the Philippines, South Korea, and so on. That would also include how to incentivize the investment in undersea cable infrastructure. Traditionally, Taiwan companies has not been very active in this space. In future, how would the government be able to use any form of incentives or subsidies to make cable investment more viable to the industrial players in Taiwan? And also strengthening the digital resilience in terms of cybersecurity standard practice for the cable industry, and formulating a gray zone aggression mitigation strategy. And finally, also elevating the related strategic decision in the government to a higher level. Right now, we believe that it is probably too separated into too many different government functions and ministry to be and it should be it needs to be more effective. So these are just a quick shot at some of the recommendations that we have in this area. So I would like to turn the time back to Christy and other speakers to comment and also share their perspectives about the resilience of Taiwan and this East Asia region and what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Charles, for your very insightful and concise presentation. And I think we can learn from the examples presented by Charles that actually it used to be dominated, this area used to be dominated by the private companies or a more self-regulatory approach. But the paradigm now has been shifted to a more country intervention approach. Or maybe we can say the ocean is now more and more divided by the national jurisdiction. And so I think our second speaker, Lucio, he's still trying to find a corner to make an internet connection. So can I invite our third speaker, Dr. Raj? Can you come first?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to particularly to the organizers and Yachi to kind of have me as part of the panel today. Clearly, undersea cables have emerged as a critical infrastructure with important implications for the global economy, communication systems, connecting the different regions in a sense. And the issue was, I think, when I was kind of looking at this issue in the last couple of months, especially given this panel, but I was also kind of, especially the recent developments in the Red Sea really highlighted some of the critical vulnerabilities that this undersea cables face in a sense. But it's good to see that at least the organizers have given some thought to the panels, and it is gaining some sort of a policy attention. So I'm particularly appreciative of the organizers putting together this panel on undersea. So like I said, the developments in the Red Sea in recent months clearly exposed the security vulnerability, and therefore the questions around securing undersea cables are increasingly being talked about in many capitals in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. Of course, in this particular case, the UAE officials in March came out and claimed that the cables were cut by the attack by the Yemen's Houthi rebels, but the Houthis have, of course, denied any role in these attacks in a sense. And I think the Red Sea in particular has been considered a maritime choke point for a long time, but it's also an internet and telecommunications bottleneck. If you look at many comments that have come around in a sense, because with about 90% of communications between Europe and Asia, as well as 70% of the global internet traffic passes through these cables under the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is a kind of emerged as a major choke point for the communication sector as well. The reality is that these undersea cables provide connectivity for both internet and telecommunications across multiple regions in a sense. And I think so therefore, this tampering with many communication cable lines, including the Asia-Africa-Europe one, the Europe-India Gateway, SEACON, the TG and the Tata Global Network, Gulf, as well as the Hong Kong-based HCC Global Communications, all of them revealed the enormous disruptions that these can cause in a sense. Many reports have suggested that these cuts impacted about 25% of the communication passing through Red Sea from Asia to Europe. And many companies have had to take immediate remedial measures like rerouting so that the limits of the impact of the damage is minimized in a sense. Tata Communications, for instance, they took to the situation in terms of initiating remedial measures by bringing in investing, and they've done the case of investment in multiple cable consortium as a way to increase the diversity and therefore situations such as these do not create a snag, do not create major disruptions, and so on and so forth. So rerouting services as a way of ensuring that their customers have a stable, reliable, scalable connectivity is one way to look at it. But this is just one industry we are talking about. According to a recent US Congressional Research Service report, commercial undersea telecommunications cables carry about 99% of the transoceanic digital communications, whether it is voice, data, internet, and including financial transactions. And there are something like more than 500 commercial undersea cables owned and operated by individual private companies as well as consortia of companies that have become the mainstay of the global internet. And the importance of these cables, covering about 1.4 million kilometers, connecting literally every country in the world, therefore cannot be ignored. With more big companies entering the fray, this number is likely to go up in big ways in the coming years. Already you have the big global players in the West, the Amazon, Google, Facebook, Microsoft, dominating the scene. Either they own or lease around half of all the undersea cable bandwidth in a sense. But the heavy dependence can also mean a significant vulnerability and in turn calls for greater protection. And not everyone not every one of these attacks that we see is an intentional one, because there are also both intentional and non-intentional attacks on this critical infrastructure. The Nord Stream pipeline case in September 2022 is a big controversial one. In recent times, it has come out that it's possibly the Ukrainians who were behind the attack. But again, that shows how we need to work towards ensuring better protective measures for undersea telecommunication cables. In terms of intentional attacks on telecommunication cables, two incidents in April and October 2022 are noteworthy when multiple cables were cut in southern France. Again, if you look at these issues the numbers I can get into, but I don't want to take up too much time. But there have been also many natural events that have cut through cables, resulting in interference and disruptions in communication. One case in point is the undersea cable damage in Tonga, a South Pacific nation, after a volcanic eruption in January 2022. And it took about 38 days to restore the internet connection. But equally critical to note is that the cable repairs are extremely challenging and very expensive in a sense. I think it took about 35,000 for the ship that is going to be responsible for repairing the cable, the CS Reliance. It costed about 35,000 to 50,000 for per day cost. So that's a scale of cost that we are talking about when you have to undertake any sort of repair. So, but an increasing challenge is to identify if damage to such cables was intentional or whether it occurred due to a natural event. Because there are many damages can be caused by fishing nets, weather, ship anchors, shark bites, or even sinking cargo ships, as was seen in the case of the Red Sea incidents in a sense. So inability to make a distinction between intentional attacks and accidents are problematic for a couple of different reasons. One, it becomes an attractive feature for potential saboteurs to benefit from, because an attack cannot be called out with absolute certainty whether it was an intentional one or due to a natural event in a sense. Two, it becomes challenging as one thinks about governance or undersea cable security. Again, there are no easy answers to dealing with undersea cable security. First and foremost, along with cybersecurity protection or other vital infrastructure, I think the first thing that we need to do is to treat undersea cables as a critical infrastructure. The need to acknowledge the vulnerability that this poses to global communication system, I think is possibly the first step. A second step could be for firms that are investing in the diverse cable consortiums, so that it is possible to reroute and thereby building better redundancy measures in order to mitigate the effects of undersea cable disruptions. Also, the protection of undersea cables has been now pursued through many unilateral groupings such as the Quad. The Quad in May 2023, for instance, announced a new initiative for undersea cable protection in the Indo-Pacific called the Quad Partnership for Cable Connectivity and Resilience as part of its broader efforts under development of better and more resilient infrastructure. And considering the potential damage that can affect all the countries, in the region and beyond, a larger global multilateral effort should also be undertaken, despite the fact that multilateral efforts are increasingly threatened by rising great power competition. Let me bring in just one another facet to this debate before closing. Like I mentioned, these are heavily large cable structures that we are talking about, pretty much that can go around the earth more than 30 times, but it also for critical for global communications. And I think the latest flashpoint that I see is here is the emerging competitive dynamics between China and the US and a handful of partner countries that have traditionally dominated the subsea cable market. Washington, of course, is making every effort to keep it that way, keeping communications networks, as they call it, clean and free of Chinese companies' investment in this regard due to potential national security risk. But China is making every possible effort, including using companies like FiberHome to make a determined push to push into this in this domain. But given the emergence of the Asia-Pacific region as a dominant player in terms of subsea cable investment, China feels that it has a big stake. It's its own backyard, and it should be playing a big role. And there are at least 3 or 4 major China-led projects that are coming up in the Asia-Pacific region, linking China and Hong Kong with multiple Southeast Asian nations such as Philippines, Vietnam, Cambodia, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore. So whether we like it or not, we are going to be seeing the impact of major power rivalry playing out in this domain as well, which also means any effort to regulate, it's also unlikely to bear fruit, at least in the near time frame. It's become a critical component of the US-China technology competition. And particularly a future military conflict initiated by China on Taiwan, again, how this could very well bring undersea cables into the center of it between US and China. Already there have been incidents involving Taiwan when 2 communication cables were connecting Taiwan with Matsu Islands, which is close to the Chinese coast, were cut earlier. This cable damage resulted in the island's residents being cut off from the internet, in a sense. Even though there was suspicion that the Chinese fishing vessel and a Chinese freighter caused the disruption, but the Taiwanese authorities did not really come out calling out China by name or called out that it was a deliberate act. The limited point I want to make is that the potential for undersea cable damage disruptions are going to be big. This is part of the Chinese coercion strategy that could intensify in the coming months and years. And the potential for undersea cables to be used for major data capture, espionage purposes are also very real. Again, my limited point is this is becoming a lot more critical in a sense, something that had not really figured in many of our conversation, in the policy conversation until very recently. But at least in the last couple of years, many of the Indo-Pacific powers, Japan, Australia, India, all of this, US, of course, are beginning to talk about these issues and the kind of ways to mitigate the risk or coming from the damages and disruptions caused by this. But again, framing any sort of a global measure in terms of role, in terms of certain principles, standards, I think it's going to be very, very challenging given the kind of US-China tech rivalry that we see in particular, which is a function of the great power rivalry. Let me stop here, and I'll be happy to hear any thoughts and questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raj. It is amazing that how you can manage, to squeeze all the major issues about undersea cables within such a short time. And as you pointed out, that actually the whole industry is dominated by a few tech companies, but the vulnerabilities of these undersea cables will be easily exploited by other countries. Doing the great activities, since it is difficult to tell whether they are intentional or maybe unintentional. So that's particularly the case for Taiwan, especially you mentioned about the rising tensions between, across the US and China, and Taiwan's at the front of the tension, I think. So on this front, I'm glad to invite our third speaker, Lucio, who is a China policy expert and also an expert on the disputes of the South China Sea. Lucio, can you hear me?
Yes, hello. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Yachi Chiang, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to share my views on this subject this afternoon. Thank you to the organizers of this conference. So, on the matter of securing undersea cables, so Philippines and Taiwan are both coastal states surrounded by water. They both face the Pacific Ocean on the east side and the seabed of Luzon Strait separating Luzon and Taiwan and the South China Sea. These areas have dense network of undersea cables. So there's a lot of vulnerability in terms of, a lot of risks when it comes to these waterways because of the BC maritime traffic. These areas are also fishing grounds for coastal states like the Philippines. And of course, as mentioned, these areas also saw rising tensions in recent years. And so in the case of Taiwan, of course, securing subsea cables present challenges in the same way as it is in the Philippines. So for instance, in the case of Taiwan, cable connections with offshore islands like Kinmen, Matsu, and Penghe to the main island of Taiwan experienced some snag in recent years. There had been some incidents which, of course, remain, of course, the circumstances are a bit controversial. For the Philippines, of course, connecting undersea cables throughout the major islands of the archipelago remains also a challenge because of the availability of the service. And of course, because the demand for power, telco, and internet service is growing because of the increasing market, then of course it would present challenges and it would naturally um, create conditions for more players to come in. But again, when we're looking at the challenges for securing undersea cables in the region, of course, the vast underwater geography is one. The technology capacity is another. So there's been some discussion about the difficulty to detect the cause or the culprit of cable cuts or faults. That's one. The issue of the attribution is another. So there are few actors out there that have the capacity to undertake deep water investigation. So that would pose challenges for law enforcement or for any inquiries into the costs of or the agents responsible for certain accidents, quote unquote. And another is the speed by which repairs and maintenance can be done in order to resume the service as soon as possible. So because this industry is have high entry barriers because of the cost. So there are few players in the industry that are in the game in terms of laying the cables, maintaining and undertaking repairs and decommissioning. So that is a concern. Of course, the cost can go up depending on where the cut or where the fault is located. And another, of course, is the weather. So this could complicate any effort to try to investigate and more so undertake the necessary repairs to bring the service back. So what can be done? So because of increasing demand in the Asia Pacific for internet service, so there's more new and redundant cables being put up. And of course, ISP, internet service, and telco providers in the region are also working with the companies involved in the construction, the laying of the submarine cables. And so I think these kinds of arrangements trying to disperse in terms of the ownership, more potential for public-private partnership, maybe even sovereign wealth funds, corporates investing in submarine cable security. So I think getting the private sector invested in this critical infrastructure is very important. So the rise of autonomous, uncrewed underwater vehicles. So this is a potential that can be used. This platform can be used to monitor critical nodes in submarine cables. They can be used to support submarine cable security. But at the same time, these platforms may also be used by certain actors, to try to probably undermine the security of the submarine cable. So it can be a double-edged. Of course, there's a mention about the need to have some kind of regional or much better, an international convention in classifying submarine cables as a critical infrastructure that requires protection, and that they should be spared from geopolitical rivalry. So I will probably end there to give more time for Q&A. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucio, for providing us an overview on this issue, particularly from the perspective of the defense and national security. And I must say, I mean, after hearing 3 very insightful presentations and my report with the postgraduate student team at Stanford, after doing the research on Taiwan undersea cables protection, actually concur with the opinions of our speakers. I mean, we made 2 main points about the suggestions, the possible solutions to enhance resilience and also to strengthen the security of protecting Taiwan undersea cables. First is to try to promote the international collaborations, which just mentioned by Charles. And also second, to increase the public and private partnerships. And I think Lucio just mentioned that. And I think Dr. Raj also pointed out that the international collaboration is very important in dealing with the issue. So let's open the Q&A session and see if we can look at this issue in more detail.
Yeah, since I'm on site, I will help Professor Chang in inviting anyone who wants to make a comment or question to come up to the 2 microphones on the 2 aisles. If any of you would want to, yes, as we have, and maybe you can briefly introduce who you are and address your question to any of us or all of us.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mabda and I'm from Zawibi Center, Indonesia. I have 2 questions. First, against the backdrop of course, rising rivalry in the Pacific, especially surrounding the South China Sea, we are also simultaneously seeing a lot more engagement, especially within the defense sector and the military between the Quad as well as the U.S. allies in the region. How do you see the role of those engagements? For example, Japan and the Philippines increasing military engagement and in the efforts to ensure the resilience of submarine cable. So that will be one. The second thing is that I understand that, of course, the nature of submarine cable protection in a lot of the Indo-Pacific countries can be a very highly militarized and securitized issue, which I think is one of the critique that a lot of the scholars in this working on this topic have voiced out. But at the same time, of course, I understand there are lots of issues surrounding geopolitics as well as natural disasters. But in some cases, for example, in developing countries, we also see cases of, for example, fishermen or coastal communities are actually trying to intentionally cut and steal submarine cables, which I think highlight the importance of bringing in a multi-stakeholder model into such efforts. So I'm just wondering, what do the speakers have to say about the ways that we can make sure that efforts in ensuring the resilience of submarine cable can be made more inclusive, especially in terms of embracing the communities within the landing points who are actually impacted and can benefit more from these efforts. Thank you. That will be my question.
Thank you for the questions and for the help from Charles. Sorry, I'm in Japan, based in Kyoto University at the moment, so it's really a pity that I could not join you on site. So I guess that is a question for all the speakers. Charles, would you like to make a few comments first?
I thought maybe Lucio can address some of the answers first, but I do agree that civil society acknowledgement or understanding about the importance of this issue is going to be very important. Because right now, I mean, like I said, to many people, this is not an issue that they think will affect them until it affects them. Similar to the situation in Taiwan that recently happened, and in other countries or in other jurisdictions, the same situation that people are not aware ahead of the fact. And you pointed out a very good point about, for example, fishermen or other marine activities, players, the shipping companies, and so on. Let's say it is not intentional, even for those economic damages that are caused by unintentional disruption or damages and so on. It is, I mean, civil society or civil society covers civil society covers a lot of different sectors, many different stakeholders. They have to realize that what they are doing affect other people too. It affects other economic activities. It affects the right to use the internet of other users in that country that is being affected. So I think that means they carry a level of responsibilities as well. So I think this is something that needs to be educated, promoted, and discussed beyond the focus on military or other kind of nation-state activities or behaviors. I think it is always useful to educate the community so that they understand the importance. And we start from there first. And then, of course, I totally concur with Christy what you talk about in terms of the private-public partnership between the commercial sectors, which include, but not exclusively, those who own or invest in the submarine cables. Also include those who use them for their own economic activities, and of course the public sector, the state. Their cooperation is also very important.
Thanks, Charles. I think we need more insights from you about how to build up the public and private partnerships, as you have experiences working in both public and private sectors. Okay, so I see Dr. Raj, you raised your hand, right?
Yeah, I did. No, I just wanted to sort of just echo and say underline the importance of this, both the questions. And I think in terms of strengthening resilience, one is to come up with possible technological solutions to deal with it. But in the longer term, because those are also expensive, and again, the resilience measures that we put in place, that itself again can come under attack and so on and so forth. If the root cause is an intentional attack, in a sense, if it's an intentional attack that has led to the damages or disruptions in the undersea cable sort of thing, then you can also expect those resilience measures can also come under various attack, and therefore how much of backup to backups will you go on creating? There are issues to that. So to me, it seems like at some point or the sooner than later, you got to get the major powers to come agree on the fact that on the reality that this is a critical infrastructure and this needs protection, and there have to be certain basic rules of engagement, rules of conduct, whether it is in terms of a code of conduct or any such measure. At least consider what is what can be done, what is allowed, what is not allowed. Some of the basic principles, standards need to be put in place. But I think again, that is a wishful thinking at this point of time, given the kind of US-China or the even great major power rivalry that you see in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. So it is, in a sense, it's a huge issue. And I'm not particularly, I want to be hopeful about, framing ability to frame some regulations about it, rules about it. But I'm also realistic enough to understand that this is going to be extremely challenging. The second point on the inclusion, I think I couldn't agree with you more, because I think when you usually talk about a public sector, public-private partnership, bringing in the government on the one side and the private industries that are involved in the laying of many of the cables. But the fishing community cutting cables. I think that's a great example, and I think therefore communities within the landing areas, I think those are important aspects. So that multi-stakeholder approach and inclusive sort of inclusive approach, I think these are critical sustainable solution going forward. In a sense, it's a great question, and thank you so much.
Thanks, Raj. And Lucio, please.
Yes, thank you. So, yeah, I think the responsibility of the coastal state, especially in the event that the accident or the fault, the cut on the cable took place or happened in the territorial sea of that coastal state. So usually the landing stations are within the control of the territorial state, I mean the coastal state. So the laws of that coastal state will apply. But so I think this is where there is really a need to bring the coastal communities, the fisher folks who depend on fishing in municipal waters or the territorial sea of the coastal state to be on board, to make sure that the routes, where the landing stations are put, there's consultation to make sure that there would be less the adverse impact on livelihood. The same goes for environment concerns, making sure that the routes of the submarine cables are out of marine preserves and sanctuaries. So those have to be factored in, and I do understand that the industry is factoring these considerations in terms of the environment, in terms of the livelihood of the people that would be affected by the laying of the submarine cables. Where I think the problem would be a bit more complicated is in the high seas, or including in the exclusive economic zone. In the EEZ, of course, coastal states only have sovereign rights, to explore the resources, to exploit or tap the resources in the water column and in the seabed. So whether their laws would apply, if they have laws that protect critical infrastructure, but it's out of their territorial sea in their EEZ, do their legislations, to protect such critical infrastructure, if they have one, that applies to, say, pipelines or submarine cables, will they apply in the EEZ, more so in the high seas? So even though, for instance, their country might be the primary destination of the submarine cable, the terminus, the protection, of course, would run the entire course. So that's where international cooperation is really needed. Thank you.
And Christy, I just want to also give you a concrete example of public-private partnership. In our paper, we refer to a scheme under or proposal recommendation under the European Commission, where they, first of all, define not the scope that they are talking about. Well, the name of the recommendation is actually on secure and reliant submarine cable infrastructure. And when they talk about the infrastructure, they don't just look at the undersea cable. They also look at, for example, like Lucio referred to, the landing stations, even the data center industry, and also the repair vessels and the repairing the shipping industry. Now, they also recommended a series of action in terms of, number one, improving coordination, number two, enhancing the governance, and number three, increasing funding. So what they recommended, also there are other measures about technology in terms of enhancing or recommending technologies to enhance the security of these cables and so on. But in particular about funding, I want to point out that they actually work with the European Commission, the bank, the European Investment Bank. So essentially the government funding agency, intergovernment funding agencies, to help support projects across different countries, land or sea cables in Europe, and also potentially connecting to outside of the European region. So that, to me, is an interesting model to look at in terms of creating, either for a country or a particular region, multi-countries, sort of a comprehensive model framework of public partnership. So we have another question here. Christy, you want us to take the next question? Yeah.
I just wanted to say, excellent example of the public-private partnership model. I think what we are looking at here is not merely about the undersea cables. I mean, the focus is a digital resilience. I mean, we want to have a stable internet connection, and we don't want to be exploited by the great activities. So obviously, I mean, undersea is just because it's a weakest link at the whole structure at the point, from my view. So
why don't we
please,
take the
can
next
you-
question from our audience? Yes, please.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. My name is Kenneth, independent tech policy analyst. So your actually latter part of remarks have actually answered part of my question. So I want to understand, I have two questions. The first question is against the backdrop of geopolitics and intergovernmental cooperation. There is an emerging trend of mentioning subsea cables investment and researches, as you mentioned in government papers, but especially on digital trade agreements across different countries and states. And so how effective do you think are these new generation of trade agreements be able to strengthen the resilience in the digital world, especially focusing on subsea cables? And I guess you also mentioned about the specific cases of public-private partnership, and so what, if it's not that effective, what else can be done? And my second question is about the digital and green twin transition. So is there a discussion, because I want to understand a little bit more about, are there any discussions happening in considering the green sustainability of the future of subsea cables when you talk about digital resilience, and would this be actually an opportunity for a more resilient and sustainable digital future? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. I think the question is for you, Charles.
For me?
And also, Dr. Rush, I think you mentioned about international governance.
Rush, you want to, Professor Rush, you want to go first? You might be a better expert to answer this question first.
Not really, but yeah, I'll give it a shot, because I think yeah, given the state of the multilateral efforts, whether it is in terms of generating new agreements, new trade agreements, or even with specifically on internet governance or cybersecurity issues, or even within the broader scheme of maritime related governance issues, under that again, and subsea cables, undersea cables do fall into generating an agreement among all the major players it's become a huge challenge. And it is not for lack of appreciation of the threat and the challenge these pose, but again, it is the geopolitics driven sort of factors that are contributing to the current stalemate that we see. The number of recent multiple efforts that have been taken up at multilateral platforms have not really paid off. And I think that's the great power. Again, this is essentially a function of the great power rivalry, and that I don't see sort of a lightening up anytime in the near future. And I think, therefore, the one alternative that has possibly come up in recent years is the minilateralism. Countries that are similar, like-minded nations in a sense, do come together with a common set of concerns. These are informal groupings. I'm not saying that these can replace the traditional multilateral settings or multilateral policy generating sort of powers. But at the same time, given the kind of stalemate that we see within multilateral institutions, whether it is ASEAN-related institutions or sort of global institutions under the UN framework and so on and so forth, you are now increasingly having to start this conversation somewhere in smaller groupings with countries that have similar thought process, similar threat perceptions, and possible understanding of how these issues can be dealt with. So minilateralism has generated quite a bit of interest among a large number of countries in the Indo-Pacific. And in fact, the UN Office of Disarmament Affairs also talk about the minilateralism. In fact, they say that if you can have a network of minilateral groupings that can generate greater consensus at a later date into forming some sort of a larger agreement involving all the major players. That can be a process, that can be a way to get to the multilateral process, a successful multilateral process. But begin somewhere with, because you need these conversations to happen, and failure of multilateralism and multilateral institutions have, in a sense, given way to minilateralism. So whether it is a quadrilateral security arrangement involving US, Australia, Japan, and India, or many other minilateral partnerships in the Indo-Pacific region, talk about these issues, whether it is India, Australia, Japan, or many of these kind of minilateral smaller groupings are beginning to talk about these issues because of the failure of multilateral process. So I think that is some promise in terms of developing some broad rules in terms of what can be done in terms of redundancy measures, what can be done in terms of global governance, a broad set of rules and standards, and so on and so forth. I hope that makes sense to you. Thank you.
Hi, Lucille.
Yeah, so maybe I'll just add a point about the sustainability. So yeah, I think there needs to be some conversation, in terms of, how to make the carbon footprint be diminished, be reduced as far as possible in terms of laying the subsea cables, undertaking necessary repairs, maintenance, decommissioning of old cables. So I think the industry can work with multilateral lenders, or financing vehicles to make sure that their work would have as less adverse impact on the environment, especially on the marine environment. Of course, deep there in the sea, there's still a lot of unknowns, and of course, the challenge for making sure that their work is done properly. In terms of due diligence, there are very few actors that are capable of making sure that the construction or the repair and maintenance were done with less unintended or negative impact on the environment. So that is a challenge. So a lot of self-reporting, but of course the financiers, the entities that are responsible for funding, raising the necessary funds for underwriting the cost of such international submarine cables, they have to up their game in terms of making sure that these companies comply with the existing requirements, and bring the input of the scientific community, to make sure get their advice on how to lessen the adverse impact on the environment of submarine cable laying and operations.
Thanks, Lucille. Charles, would you like to add some comments?
I don't have too much to add, but I just want to say to Kenneth that the point about data agreements is I think it's quite innovative and interesting, because countries do get together to discuss the data trade, even though this is not very smooth also, because of competing interest, and also because of the accusations that this is going to be favoring the big tech companies and so on. So but still, countries are trying to discuss the data trade, focusing on data protection and issues and so on. They do talk about those issues, but they haven't been, I think, handling the submarine cables issues or resilience in the same kind of frame of mind. But I think it's interesting to think about it together, maybe in future, for some of the intergovernmental organization when they deal with the data trade issue, because without the undersea cables, how do you exchange data online anyway? So that's an interesting thought. But of course, it takes a lot for the governments to deal with it in that way, because in many cases, the government deal with these issues from different ministries and different departments, and so there needs to be some sort of new thinking about it as well. But it's an interesting idea that I think is worth pursuing further.
So do we have any further questions online or offline?
We have one. Can you state your question quickly? We have a little bit of time.
Yes, indeed. Simon van der Zande, DME Group. I am actually a cable laying contractor and a landfalls contractor too. So very interesting to hear everything from the other side of the table or the other side of the coin. Just a couple of things that came into my mind while listening to the other questions and answers. The first one is that there is actually a very interesting multilateral authority that could be involved, the International Seabed Authority. So I'm wondering how the speakers see that and whether, to their knowledge, that authority has been already involved in these discussions as to how to safeguard cables on the high seas, etc. To my knowledge, they're more interested in deep sea mining. They go on about that most of the time. But it could be interesting. A second thing is, yeah, in terms of technical solutions, of course, you can dig deeper using trenchers. You have trenchers that can go 8 meters deep, and then you would need some very big shears in order to cut the cables. You can also place a lot of rock, but of course there's a finite number of rocks in the world, so do we want to use them all to cover cable routes? That's a good question. And there I think one of the speakers also said that it's not possible and that in the end it will have to be a diplomatic solution. And then maybe to the first question about involving local communities, it's actually very difficult in countries like Indonesia, but also Thailand and what have you. And the best thing to do is to give the fishermen some work during the construction period and engage them, for instance, as guard vessels. If they are guards and if they have an income, then they will not want to cut the cables. Oh no, they're protecting them. So yeah, just a couple of things from my side.
Thanks for the story from another side of the coin. So our speakers, can you quickly, we need to wrap up the session. So starting from Raj.
Yeah, sure. No, I agree that the International Seabed Authority is an organization that has been there around for a very long time. But my difficulty comes from the fact that you have had some of these institutions, some of the legal measures for a number of different things. In terms of not inciting violence against anybody else, in fact, not sort of use of force or use of military force against other countries. A lot of things have been around, including a UN charter that spells out a lot of these things. But in recent years, you have had a country that has actually completely disregarded the UN Charter and violated the territorial integrity and sovereignty of another country. What could the UN Charter do? Forget about any of the International Seabed Authority or other measures. So unless there is a political will among the major powers, your ability to do things effectively and bring about some semblance of stability in terms of the undersea cable security and safety is far from done in a sense. Thank you.
Thanks, Raj. Lucy, do you want to add some comments? You mentioned about the diplomatic solution.
Yeah, so we hear a lot about International Seabed Authority in terms of say certain coastal states claiming for extended continental shelf, in which case it will overlap with another neighboring coastal state, which may also claim for another extended continental shelf. So the need for diplomacy to solve that. But we didn't hear much about the International Seabed Authority when it comes to, say, security of submarine cables. So perhaps there might be passages in UNCLOS or in the charter creating the International Seabed Authority that may be relevant to its ability. But again, I think this industry, submarine cable laying operations maintenance, is of course very technology intensive industry. And the regulators, in most instances, are always trying to catch up, with technology, whether it be deep sea mining, whether it be securing submarine cables. The regulators are always behind schedule, so to speak. So I think this industry needs a lot of self-policing, its own ranks, and at the same time also for the international compliance regulatory authorities, coastal states working with intergovernmental organizations like the International Seabed Authority to harmonize, to chart out rules of the road, when it comes to securing submarine cables, some basic agreements or consensus on what can be done and what cannot be done, what can be considered as, an attack, or whether a certain activity will be considered no longer unintentional. So that would require agreements by countries.
Thanks. So, Charles.
I don't have much to add except to say that I think we learned a lot. I learned a lot. I mean, I'm really happy to see that the APR IGF is really multi-stakeholder. We even have friends from the cable laying business here to give us his insights. So that's great. But I think I think we're pretty much out of time. So I turn it back over to you, Professor Chang.
Okay, so as much as I enjoyed our fruitful discussions, as I got the warning that we're running over time, so I hate to say, but we have to wrap up the session here, and I hope to have more opportunities for us to continue the discussion in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
The session has now concluded. We appreciate your participation and attention. Thank you.